Chapter 2013 Escalated. Brothers. The middle-aged man chuckled. He patted Yu Jing lightly on the shoulder. As far as I'm concerned, brothers are there to be betrayed. I almost lost my life when a brother of mine betrayed me all those years ago. Kid, loyalty may exist, but it's under the condition that there aren't any sufficient benefits for betrayal. If the benefits are sufficient, then not to mention brothers, some would even be willing to kill their own father. Yu Jing smiled silently. At this moment, he recalled that moment in the dead dimension. That young man who could have escaped on his own, but had traveled all the way back to Sky Residence City and led them through the ocean of demon beasts. Why did the young man do that? For benefits? His own interests? No. Had done it because they were brothers. Sometimes, being brothers was a joke in the face of benefits. However, there were many times when benefits were a joke in front of true brothers. The middle-aged man in front of Yu Jing nodded slightly. They'll help you, but the Sovereign of Sky will definitely notice what we've done. So, are you sure that you plan to shoulder the consequences? Yu Jing was about to speak when the middle-aged man added, while the Yu clan's patriarch is in a very high position, ITLL still give you a little bit of status and authority in the sky race. Yu Jing shrugged. Isn't it just a position? I don't need it. Yu Jing turned around and swaggered off. The middle-aged man gazed at Yu Jing's figure for a long time, and then a wisp of bitterness curled up on the corners of his mouth. The competition within clans was extremely brutal. Once someone failed to seize the position of patriarch, the best outcome was being driven out of the clan. That was why he didn't agree to Yu Jing's request. However, he knew his son's temper very well. If he refused, his son would do it himself. At that time, the matter would escalate even further. A long time passed before the middle-aged man shook his head. He spoke softly, summon Elder Een and Elder Gu. Understood. A voice resounded. The middle-aged man gazed at the arena. At this moment, Yang Yi was standing there with his sword in hand, and he seemed like a sharp sword waiting to leave its sheath. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He's not ordinary indeed. Meanwhile, in the arena, Yang Yi's eyes were closed, and he ignored all the noise in the surroundings. Gu Zhongyan was standing not too far away from Yang Yi. He hadn't left because he wanted to watch how the sky race was trampled on. At this moment, the entire sky dimension was filled with clamorous noise. The news of a human challenging the younger generation of the entire sky race had spread like a plague, and it had spread throughout the sky dimension. So, more and more were rushing to Sky City. Moreover, some geniuses who lived in seclusion were rushing to Sky City too. If no one in the sky race could defeat Yang Yi, then it would definitely be a humiliation for them. So, more and more rushed to the city. Now, the area around the arena was completely packed with people, and many started to float in the air while some stayed outside the city. Shao Qi's elder sister walked over to Yang Yi and said, "The entire sky race knows your name now." Yang Yi replied, "So what?" She said, "Things have escalated, terribly. Regardless of whether someone can defeat you, it's obvious you'll never make it out of the sky dimension. Even that monkey won't be able to save you now. The humiliation that the sky race suffered must be washed away with blood." Yang Yi spoke in a carefree manner. "Is that so?" She wanted to say more, but Yang Yi waved his hand. "Don't disturb me." Her face fell. She wanted to say more, but a woman in black clothes had suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Someone had come to challenge Yang Yi. Countless spectators from the sky race cheered at the sight of this. They'd really been too aggrieved throughout this time, and someone had finally come now. Yang Yi glanced at her. She was completely covered in black clothes, so only her figure could be seen. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. "Make you move?" she suddenly asked. "A human?" Yang Yi nodded. The black-clothed woman said, "I didn't expect that after the king and 2 emperors, the human race has another extraordinary genius." "The 2 emperors?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "You know Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan was one of the 2 emperors. The woman nodded slightly. "I met him once. He has grown much stronger after returning from the dead dimension. Presently, he can rank in the top 3 of the human race's geniuses." Qin Chuan. Yang Yi chuckled. He hadn't forgotten that fellow, and he knew that Qin Chuan's strength was enough for Qin Chuan to do very well in the human dimension. I should go pay him a visit. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the woman. Make your move. She nodded slightly. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger appeared in her grasp, and then she transformed into numerous afterimages that vanished on the spot. An instant later, a ray of cold light flashed by Yang Yi's throat. Hiss. The sound of space being sliced open resounded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had moved over 30 m back. He touched his throat and glanced at his fingers. There was an obvious smear of blood on it. He was bleeding. Countless people from the sky race cheered from the sight of this, and they were almost going mad with excitement. Shouts, curses, cheers, and so on and so forth resounded from the surroundings. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the drop of blood on his finger, and then he looked up at her. You're really fast. I can be faster. As soon as she finished speaking, a blade had arrived before Yang Yi. This happened too quickly to the point that the spectators couldn't react to it at all. But this time, her dagger stopped when it was around 10 centimeters away from Yang Yi's throat, because a sword was pressed against her throat. The surroundings fell silent at the sight of this. A moment of silence ensued, and then she lowered her dagger and said, I've lost. Lost. The surroundings fell deathly silent. Yang Yi lowered his sword and said, You have to be even faster. Her speed was extremely fast, but Yang Yi was never weak when it came to speed. Actually, she could still fight him because his attack would have never been able to take her life just now. However, once her speed was suppressed, she lost her confidence and admitted defeat. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd and said, Next, next. Countless people gazed at Yang Yi. If their gazes could kill, then Yang Yi would have been obliterated by now. A human was humiliating the sky race, but the sky race's younger generation couldn't stop him at all. If news of this spread, no, actually, the news of Yang Yi challenging the entire sky race's younger generation on his own had spread to all the races. At this moment, it wasn't just the sky race that remembered Yang Yi's name. All the other races did so too. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. In the arena, the woman cupped her fist to Yang Yi and left. Meanwhile, Shao Qi's elder sister appeared in front of Yang Yi. She looked him in the eyes for a long time and asked, How long are you going to continue this challenge? When? Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I'll end very soon. A day from now, they'll leave if no one comes to challenge me. All right? Her face grew even gloomier when she heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi had given a time limit. So, if no one from the sky race challenged him or no one could defeat him within that time limit, then the sky race would be utterly humiliated. Yang Yi's plan was extremely ruthless. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before leaving. The crowd was agitated too, and countless shouts and curses resounded incessantly. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Boom! The entire arena shook violently, and the surroundings instantly fell silent while all of them looked up at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Stop cursing. Come fight me if you don't like it. Don't just stay down there and make noise. You think I'm afraid? Suddenly, a young man shot up into the air and charged at Yang Yi. Bang! However, the spectators hadn't even been able to react before he was blasted away, and he flew over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi lowered his fist. Continue. Countless people glared angrily at Yang Yi. It was aggrieving. That was what all of them felt right now. They felt extremely aggrieved. Just like that, time trickled by. 6 hours later, Yujing suddenly appeared in the arena. Yang Yi was about to say something when Yujing grabbed Yang Yi's right shoulder. Come with me. Don't ask anything. As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished from the arena. In a boundless mountain range outside Sky City, 2 rays of light descended in a forest. It was Yang Yi and Yujing. Yang Yi gazed at Yujing. What? Yujing looked ahead. A shadowy figure walked out from there, and Yang Yi's expression became solemn at the sight of the figure. It was a Zen realm expert. Meanwhile, the figure waved his right hand, and a petite figure appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned. It was Zier's figure. However, her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be in deep sleep. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement he felt and asked, There's something wrong with her soul, so she can't wake up for now. The black-clothed figure continued, I can only help you this much. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Yu Jing. The latter smiled. It was nothing. There's no need to thank me. Leave. Meanwhile, the black-clothed figure said, the sovereign of sky should have noticed this by now. Yang Yi nodded. Take care. Yang Yi waved his right hand, teleported Zir into the primordial pagoda, and then a pair of wings appeared on his back before he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yu Jing took a deep breath. He fell silent for a long time before he looked behind him. Second uncle, let's go. The black-clothed figure replied, it's too late. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. The middle-aged man glanced at them. Damn it! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the space here exploded apart. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2014, Embark. At the instant that the space there exploded, the black-clothed figure by Yu Jing's side stretched out his right hand and made a grasping motion. Bang! A wave of terrifying energy swept out from his palm, and the energy surging at him and Yu Jing was stopped. While space had been obliterated, they were fine. The middle-aged man asked, why? Is the Yu clan betraying the sky race? The black-clothed man said, he saved my nephew's life in the dead dimension. Since he needed help today, my Yu clan had to return the favor. That's all it was. What a joke. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Returning a favor? Don't tell me you don't know what Yang Yi did in Sky City? Your Yu clan actually assisted someone who provoked and insulted our sky race. That's a truly unforgivable crime. The black-clothed man was just about to speak when a black-robed old man appeared before them. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and said, from this moment onward, Yu Jing will cease to be my Yu clan's successor, and will hand him over to you. Yu Jing's face fell. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yu Jing. The Council of Elders unanimously agreed that your father isn't suited to be the patriarch anymore, and he has been relieved of his duties. He gazed at the black-clothed man and continued, as the interim patriarch, I order you to return to the Yu clan. The black-clothed man wanted to say something, but Yu Jing shook his head. Second uncle, just go back. My father will be in a worse situation if you don't return. The black-clothed man shook his head and gazed at the black-robed man. All of you finally gotten an excuse to do this. The black-robed man spoke indifferently. The Yu clan's destruction would only be a matter of time if all of you are allowed to remain in power. As he spoke, he turned around and gazed at the middle-aged man. Is this explanation sufficient? The middle-aged man glanced at Yu Jing. Send him to Sky City. The middle-aged man vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The black-robed old man gazed at Yu Jing, destroying your future for an outsider. Luckily, my Yu clan didn't let you become the patriarch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before you lead the Yu clan to ruin. He waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with Yu Jing. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds on his sword. Yang Yi immersed his mind into his body. Zir was lying in front of him, and she seemed to be completely fine on the outside. Little Sky was standing by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi asked, how is she? Little Sky sized up Zir, and a long time passed before she said, after letting Xiaoqi enter her body, her soul was suppressed, and so was her consciousness. While her body and soul have merged once more, she's in a state of suspended animation. The main reason is that her soul was damaged while it was suppressed, and it was caused by the gap in strength between her and Xiaoqi's souls. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Can you help her? Little Sky nodded her head lightly. Let her rest here for now. The violet energy and soul tree here will slowly repair her soul. So, it shouldn't be a huge problem. However, I keep having the feeling that something is off. Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? Little Sky shook her head slightly, and then she scanned Zir carefully once more. I just have the feeling that something is off, but I haven't noticed it. Give me a little more time. Yang Yi nodded, all right. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and touched Zir's cheek. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he left the primordial pagoda. In the world outside, Yang Yi opened his eyes and turned around. A powerful aura had locked onto him from behind, and its owner was rushing over rapidly. An expert from the sky race. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he placed his right hand against his forehead. A sword slowly emerged from there. Judgment. Yang Yi stood in the clouds with judgment in his grasp, and he was looking ahead. The space there trembled, and it didn't take long for a speck of light to appear in Yang Yi's field of vision. The speck of light grew larger and larger, and the speed it expanded at was increasing too. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and opened his palm. Judgment started spinning rapidly on his palm, while rays of light flashed out incessantly from it. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then judgment instantly vanished. A sword howl resounded. Bang! An explosion resounded far away, and then the sword energy dispersed. The speck of light in the distance had vanished too, and a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. However, the middle-aged man's right hand was gone, and blood was flowing from his shoulder. The middle-aged man glanced at his shoulder, and then looked up at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when another sword started spinning at high speeds on Yang Yi's palm. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed at the sight of this, and extreme vigilance filled them. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes and said, "Go." As soon as he gave the command, his sword transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Burial. Burial was much more fleshed out now, and it was much stronger too. Coupled with the fact that he was using judgment, it could be said that it was capable of posing a threat to Zen realm experts, especially because it was judgment that was being used. Judgment was a sage rank sword. As soon as the ray of light vanished, the middle-aged man took a step back, and then a huge blue shield of light appeared in front of him. In the end, had chosen to defend himself instead of counterattack. If he chose to attack and use force to overcome Yang Yi's attack, it would be very dangerous, because failure would be equivalent to losing his life. So, for safety's sake, had chosen to go on the defensive. As soon as the shield of light appeared, a sword stabbed against it. Crack! The powerful force of the attack cracked the shield, and the middle-aged man was pushed over 300 m back as well. However, the attack had been stopped. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The middle-aged man was horrified. He looked up and saw a golden sword had appeared on Yang Yi's palm, and it was spinning rapidly. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he planned to retreat. However, Yang Yi's sword suddenly vanished. Hiss! A golden sword stabbed straight against the blue shield of light that was protecting the middle-aged man. Another sword. There were two swords there now. The shield instantly shattered, and both the swords shot forward and stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest. The battlefield fell silent. Yang Yi appeared before the middle-aged man and asked, "What? The sky race refuses to let me go?" The middle-aged man glanced at the swords in his chest, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "I didn't expect you to be this strong. I'm afraid no one in my sky race's younger generation is a match for you." Yang Yi didn't say anything in response. He just waved his right hand, and both the swords transformed into rays of light that returned to him. Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave. Now, he had to leave the sky dimension, and he didn't want to waste his time here. Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked, "Do you know what happened to Yu Jing?" Yang Yi stopped moving. The middle-aged man said, "The Yu clan abandoned him and sent him to the sovereign of man. He's dead if you leave the sky dimension." Yang Yi turned to look at the middle-aged man. "You really want me to stay, huh?" "Yes." The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "To be honest, you arouse fear in me. If you're allowed to leave now, you'll definitely become a formidable enemy of my sky race in the future. My sky race can't have an enemy with such potential." "An enemy?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he raised his right hand. It only took a moment for an ethereal dragon claw to cover his hand. Yang Yi asked, "Do you know what this is?" The middle-aged man glanced at the dragon claw. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide. "The sky dragon. That's the divine protector of my sky race, the sky dragon. What's it doing in your possession?" "You." The middle-aged man's shock made it difficult for him to speak. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. An enemy of the sky race? I didn't choose to become the sky race's enemy, and it's the sky race that wants to become enemies with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. This time, he wasn't heading towards the exit, he was heading towards Sky City. The middle-aged man stared blankly ahead. So he's the successor of my sky race's guardian. As soon as he finished speaking, the color in his eyes gradually dispersed. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds. He could leave the sky dimension. His confidence came from the divine wings and sword domain he possessed. It could be said that so long as he wanted to hide, it would be almost impossible for the experts of the sky race to find him, unless experts at the Sage Realm or above were mobilized. However, he didn't think they would mobilize such experts to deal with him. Yet now, had decided against leaving. Was staying dangerous? Of course it was, because the sky race wouldn't give him another chance to escape. However, he had to stay because he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he just left. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi returned to Sky City. Yang Yi stood outside the city and gazed at it for a long time before he smiled. Embark. As soon as he finished speaking, ferocity covered his face, and then he stomped his right foot down. In an instant, the ground quaked, and the entire city trembled. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to the city walls. Sky Race. Embark. How do you want to do this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2015. So weak? How do you want to do this? His voice rumbled like a thunderclap through the city. Countless people charged outside, and their faces instantly turned extremely unsightly when they saw him. Yang Yi. Yang Yi was back. Someone spoke softly. What does he mean by that? What's he doing back here? Who knows what he wants now? He doesn't plan on challenging all the geniuses in our race's younger generation again, right? If he is, who will even fight him? How did the human race get such a monstrous genius? Suddenly, a white-robed old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. It was Elder Zhu from before. The old man stared at Yang Yi. Where's he? Yang Yi replied, I don't know what you're talking about. He naturally knew what the old man was asking him about. However, he absolutely couldn't admit it. He couldn't give the Sky Race an excuse to use their senior experts against him. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Amazing! At this moment, Head guessed what had happened. Since the expert the Sky Race sent to kill Yang Yi hadn't returned, but Yang Yi had, it was obvious that the expert of the Sky Race was dead. The old man felt extremely shocked, because he hadn't expected this young man before him to actually be able to kill a Zen realm expert. If Yang Yi had really done so with his own strength, then it was a terrifying feat. An absolutely terrifying feat. Even he felt quite fearful at this moment. Yang Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings and smiled. What? The Sky Race can't accept defeat? Suddenly, someone asked, What are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Yang Yi chuckled. I was leaving, but I didn't expect the Sky Race to capture a friend of mine and force me back here. A ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. Now, I'm back. Come at me if you want. I'm standing right here. Everyone gazed at the white-robed old man when they heard him. The old man spoke in a low voice. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't. Yang Yi walked over to the old man. Let's not play these games. Just tell me what you want. The old man's gaze was murderous at this point. Provocation. The Sky Race had never been provoked like this, especially while countless people of the Sky Race were watching. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, Didn't you want me to come back? I'm back now. What? Aren't you going to say something? He was being overbearing. The old man said, Are you trying to challenge the entire Sky Race? Challenge the entire Sky Race? Yang Yi chuckled. I never had such a thought. Look, I'm all alone. So how would I dare to challenge the entire Sky Race? I just want to say that if you're unhappy about anything, just come at me. It has nothing to do with my friends. Moreover, I think the Sky Race can accept its defeat, right? If the other races hear of this, am sure it'll be a huge blow to the noble sky race's reputation, right? The white-robed old man was about to speak when a middle-aged man in luxurious robes appeared by the old man's side. Everyone was shocked when they saw the middle-aged man, and they hurriedly said, "Sovereign of Sky." The Sovereign of Sky. The middle-aged man was the leader of the sky race, the Sovereign of Sky. The white-robed old man bowed slightly, and then he moved behind the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky gazed at Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to become so strong after making a trip to the dead dimension." Yang Yi didn't reveal any fear when facing the mysterious Sovereign of Sky. "Is that so? Actually, I'm quite surprised by the sky race's actions as well." The Sovereign of Sky spoke indifferently. "I captured him because his clan broke my sky race's rules, and it has nothing to do with you. Of course, you're the reason he broke the rules. So, you're mainly responsible for it." Yang Yi smiled. "Let's not talk about that nonsense. Sovereign of Sky, I'm here right now. Feel free to do what you want. If you plan to attack me yourself, you can do that too. In any case, I can't resist you. After all, this is the sky race's territory." Suddenly, the Sovereign of Sky took a step forward, and then a wave of terrifying energy instantly pressed down upon Yang Yi, rendering Yang Yi immobile. The Sovereign of Sky is attacking? Everyone here gazed at the Sovereign of Sky. If the Sovereign of Sky killed Yang Yi, it would be quite an inadvisable course of action. At the very least, it would seriously affect the sky race's reputation. Who was Yang Yi? Who was the Sovereign of Sky? If the Sovereign of Sky attacked Yang Yi, he would really be bullying the young, and it was beneath his status. Moreover, even if the Sovereign of Sky killed Yang Yi, it would do nothing to restore the sky race's reputation. It was for this exact same reason that the Sovereign of Man hadn't acted against Yang Yi as well. A person had to act according to their status. Simply speaking, Yang Yi's status wasn't sufficient to make them personally act against him. Yet now, the Sovereign of Man was attacking himself. Suddenly, the Sovereign of Sky started chuckling. "See? If I wanted to kill you, it's actually very easy. I really don't want to interfere in these games you're playing, but you've gone too far." Yang Yi looked the Sovereign of Sky in the eyes. "So?" The Sovereign of Sky smiled. "I came here to give you a chance to save your friend." He looked up towards the distance and continued. "A sage ruins appeared in the devil dimension, and that sage was once an expert of my sky race. I don't know how he died in the devil dimension, but I hope you go there and find out the reason. Of course, the most important thing is that I don't want his inheritance to fall into the hands of the devil race." Yang Yi asked, "What? Does the sky race have no one capable?" The Sovereign of Sky replied, "What? You don't want this opportunity?" Yang Yi looked the Sovereign of Sky in the eyes. "Let him go first. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." The Sovereign of Sky shook his head slightly. "I can't, but I will once you've brought the inheritance back. Don't worry, I disdain to play tricks on you." Yang Yi fell silent. He was being used. The Sovereign of Sky clearly wanted to use him. However, he couldn't refuse because the Sovereign of Sky had Yu Jing. Meanwhile, the Sovereign of Sky added, "I'll ask you one last time. Will you go or not? If you refuse, don't worry, I won't kill you. If you want to continue your challenge, then go ahead. My sky race is filled with geniuses. They'll fight you every day. Even doing that for 100 years won't be a problem." Yang Yi replied, "Of course he'll go. Why wouldn't I?" The Sovereign of Sky gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he flicked a ray of light into Yang Yi's forehead. "That's the location. They'll be waiting for the good news." Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left. The white-robed old man spoke solemnly. "I suggest we annihilate him. His talent is truly shocking, and his strength is terrifying. It's so terrifying that even I can't kill him." The Sovereign of Sky said, "It's shocking indeed. It's surprising that geniuses have been arising one after the other in the human race. Fortunately, there seems to be deep-rooted enmity between him and the Sovereign of Man." The white-robed old man asked, "Is that why you're not killing him?" The Sovereign of Sky smiled. "Kill him? Why should I? The problems that come after his death will never end. Moreover, We aren't the only ones who want to kill him. Since that's the case, why don't we let the others kill him? If we're able to make him and the sovereign of man fight and kill each other, then wouldn't it be even better? The old man nodded slightly. I understand. The sovereign of sky looked up into the distance. It was in the direction Yang Yi had left towards. He fell silent for a long time, and then his gaze gradually became icy cold. Those little fellows in the sky guard should have understood what it's like to always meet someone stronger in this world, right? The old man laughed bitterly. Those fellows are complaining because we didn't let them fight him. Fight him? The sovereign of sky spoke coldly. They would only be asking for insult. Even ordinary Zen realm experts can't do anything to him now. The old man nodded. He's a monstrous genius indeed. The sovereign of sky laughed coldly. But it's the sovereign of man who's going to have a headache. They're sworn enemies now, and the sword supreme is in his hands. So, it's impossible for there to be any reconciliation between them, and the sovereign of man won't choose to try either. The old man said, What about you, Jing? The sovereign of sky closed his eyes slowly. Leave him alive for now. Because Yang Yi had left, Sky City returned to calm once more. However, everyone remembered him. Or it should be said that the entire sky race would remember the human who came to the sky dimension on his own and challenged the younger generation of the entire sky race. Moreover, the sky race wasn't the only one. All the other races remembered what Yang Yi had done. So Yang Yi's name swept through the entire large universe. There was another monstrous genius in the large universe, and his name was Yang Yi. Moreover, some even spread false and exaggerated rumors about Yang Yi's deeds in the sky dimension and his strength, making him seem like the #1 genius in the large universe's younger generation. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword. The devil dimension? He had to travel to the devil dimension for Yu Jing's sake. He openly left through the sky gate, and the guards there didn't stop him at all. Obviously, they recognized Yang Yi. One of the guards heaved a sigh of relief. That fellow has finally left. The other guard glanced at the portrait in his grasp. Luckily, the higher-ups told us not to stop him. Otherwise, we really would have suffered. Doing this work is really scary. We always have to worry that we'll stop the wrong person and die in an instant. After he left the sky dimension, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and intended to leave. However, his expression suddenly changed, and then a sword pressed down against his forehead. At the same time, a voice resounded. The #1 genius of the large universe? The #1 sword cultivator? So you're that weak. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2016, in the top 5. Chapter 2016, in the top 5. A young man was standing before Yang Yi. He was a little over 20, wore an embroidered robe, and his long hair was tied up behind his head. Besides that, there was a bright red mark on his forehead. It was the shape of a lotus, and it was gorgeous yet mysterious. The man was holding a green sword. Its tip looked like the tongue of a snake, and it was pressed against Yang Yi's forehead. The man had a cold smile on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. He hadn't noticed that faint golden light was flickering below Yang Yi's skin. Yang Yi was about to speak when the man withdrew his sword and moved 300 m away. The man waved his sword about, and rays of light flickered from it. After that, a smile curled up on his lips. I heard of your name as soon as I arrived in the outside world, and they said that you're the #1 genius of the large universe and the #1 sword cultivator too. Now it seems like you don't deserve your reputation at all. The man chuckled at this point. I know you'll say that I took you by surprise. That's fine. We'll give you another chance. Go on, make your move. Show me the true strength of the #1 sword cultivator in the large universe. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Is there something wrong with you? The man was slightly stunned, and then his smile gradually became icy cold. Now I regret giving you this opportunity. He suddenly shook his wrist. An array of sword energy instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and the sword energy instantly vanished. Surprise flashed through the young man's eyes. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his sword at Yang Yi from afar. It caused the space in front of Yang Yi to explode apart. At the same time, the space in a huge area around Yang Yi cracked open. It had been cracked open by sword energy. The strength of a single attack was that powerful. However, the young man frowned again because Yang Yi just stood there and was completely unharmed. The young man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Interesting indeed." Yang Yi suddenly said, "Let me ask you something before you die. Who sent you?" The young man chuckled. "Why? You're afraid?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I just want to pull out weeds by the root." "Ha ha ha." The young man started laughing. "Yang Yi, oh Yang Yi, you're truly arrogant. Pulling the weeds out by the root? How laughable. Do you know who I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at his left chest, and a small golden character suddenly popped up there. The young man smiled. "Now do you know who I am? Yet you want to pull out weeds by the root? Don't you think that's laughable?" The weapon path. Yang Yi hadn't expected that the young man was from the weapon path. "Looks like the weapon path has started to pay attention to me. The new seal master of the slaughter line?" The young man chuckled. "You're quite weak. Why don't you give the weapon seal to me and live a few more years?" Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just slowly lifted his right palm, and then a sword started spinning there. As his sword spun, a wave of sharp aura appeared here, and the young man's face gradually turned cold when he sensed the aura. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword vanished. A sword howl resounded, and then the young man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. The young man looked down at his own sword, and it had cracked apart. It shattered in his grasp. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance, and he saw another sword appear on Yang Yi's palm. It was spinning rapidly while flickering with rays of light. The young man's face fell while the solemnness in his eyes grew. It didn't take long for his profound energy to surge into his green sword, and then numerous sword lotuses appeared around him. More and more were appearing to the point they were like snowflakes that filled his surroundings. Yang Yi was slightly stunned by this. "Sword lotus?" The young man frowned. "You know this technique?" Yang Yi had quite a weird expression on his face. A moment later, his sword vanished, and the sword lotuses around the young man immediately shot forward at the same time. In just an instant, countless sword lotuses surrounded Yang Yi, and the young man barely dodged Yang Yi's attack. The young man hadn't chosen to defend himself, and had chosen to suffer an injury in order to inflict one. However, just a moment later, shock filled him. Yang Yi's sword suddenly started moving, and every single swing made a sword lotus fall. In less than a breath of time, the sword lotuses had vanished. Impossible! The young man gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief, because that was one of his strongest sword techniques. Yet it had been destroyed just like that. The sword lotus? Yang Yi chuckled. Had seen that technique before and had studied it. So, he knew all its strong points and weak points. Thus, the young man was clearly courting death by using it against him. "How do you know that technique?" The young man stared at Yang Yi. "And you even know its weaknesses?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I guessed." The young man was livid when he heard this. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and rays of sword energy enveloped the young man. Close-quarter combat. As soon as he got close to the young man, the latter was instantly suppressed in battle, utterly suppressed. Both his combat instinct and speed were suppressed. 10 breaths of time later. Bang! Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. An explosion resounded, and the young man was blasted away. He flew for over 3 kilometers before he finally stopped himself, and Yang Yi was already in front of him. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it down. Bang! The young man was blasted away once more, and blood sprayed out repeatedly from his mouth. Yang Yi was about to attack again when he suddenly looked up at the sky. He fell silent for a moment, and then he lowered his sword and looked towards the young man. "I don't care which line you're from, but remember that I don't have time to play with you, so don't come looking for me again. Otherwise, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. However, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky, but its target wasn't the young man. It was a point in space around 30 m behind where Yang Yi had been standing a while ago. Bang! The space there exploded apart, and a middle-aged man walked out from there. The middle-aged man's palm was injured, and blood was dripping from it. The young man walked over and spoke softly. "Master Yuan." The middle-aged man glanced at the injury on his palm and said, "You would be dead if I was just a little later." The young man fell silent. If he lost, then he lost. He refused to make excuses because that was despicable. The middle-aged man looked up at the sky. He could still see a faint ray of light in the distance. Since he could see it, he could chase after it. But he didn't. A long time passed before he said, "While the slaughter line doesn't have a strong relationship with our line, there's no enmity between our lines either. So, coming here and seeking him out was no different than causing trouble for our line." The young man lowered his head further. "I was wrong." The middle-aged man said, "The slaughter line may seem like it has suffered decline. Don't forget that their young martial uncle is still alive. If he hadn't gone to the stellar battlefield outside the large universe, it would have been impossible for the prediction line to annihilate the slaughter line. Besides that, if our ancestor hadn't stopped him after he returned, even if the prediction line survived him, it would have probably fallen into utter decline." The middle-aged man shook his head. "He clearly plans to rebuild the slaughter line, and our ancestor is just letting him do it. After all, our ancestor hasn't fully removed the slaughter line from our weapon path. Of course, if our ancestor does that, that young martial uncle of the slaughter line will clearly go berserk." The young man asked, "Can't our ancestor keep him under control?" "Yes." The middle-aged man continued, "But our ancestor can't be watching him forever, right? Besides our ancestor, can anyone else in our weapon path suppress him? Now, he has selected a successor, and he even did so in the dead dimension. Obviously, he plans to rebuild the slaughter line, and since our ancestor hasn't done anything about it, it represents that they've definitely come to some sort of agreement. So, it's the slaughter line and prediction line's business. We can't get mixed up in it." The young man spoke softly. "I heard that the new seal master of the slaughter line was a youth and a sword cultivator. So, I couldn't stop myself from coming." The middle-aged man smiled. "Now, have you witnessed his strength?" The young man nodded. "He's very strong." The middle-aged man smiled. "Can someone from the dead dimension be weak? I know that you feel some disdain towards the dead dimension. You think it's a place that only geniuses of the outside world go to, and these geniuses of the outside world can't compare to all of you, right?" The young man fell silent. The middle-aged man sighed softly. "Kid, according to my knowledge, besides Yang Yi, there are no less than 10 others in the other races who can defeat you with ease. Every single one of them can defeat you with ease. Don't doubt what I say because the four paths have selected them and are watching them in secret. We're planning to seize them for ourselves. Besides them, there are some others who are gradually gaining our attention. Every single one of them is an extraordinary genius." "Then what about Yang Yi?" the young man asked. "How is he when compared to them?" The middle-aged man glanced at his palm, fell silent for a long time, and then he replied, "He can be ranked in the top 5. The top 5. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 2017. I specialize in dealing with dissatisfaction. Chapter 2017. I specialize in dealing with dissatisfaction. Once he left the sky dimension, Yang Yi shot straight for the devil dimension. He didn't really care about someone from the weapon path coming to challenge him. He would resolve the matters between him and the weapon path in the future, but it wouldn't be now. However, this incident allowed him to realize that the weapon path had started paying attention to him. It was best to be careful. A day later, Yang Yi arrived on a plain, and only withered grass and a scene of desolation filled his vision. Yang Yi sped up, but it didn't take long for him to stop. There was a dried well in front of him. It was quite huge, and it was over 300 m wide. The devil well? It was a passageway into the devil dimension. Yang Yi glanced at the well. It was bottomless. He didn't hesitate to leap down into it. Yang Yi's figure dropped down. Faint light gradually appeared around Yang Yi. The well was a spatial passageway. Sometime later, Yang Yi felt dizzy, but it didn't take long for the dizziness to vanish. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and towering mountains filled his field of vision. Besides that, there was a teleportation formation below his feet. The devil dimension? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Identify yourself. Yang Yi looked over and saw a middle-aged man in black armor. Yang Yi asked, why? The middle-aged man replied, outsiders who enter the devil dimension must pay 100 immortal crystals. 100 immortal crystals? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man, and then he flicked a spatial ring over to the man. The middle-aged man glanced at the spatial ring and said, you can go. Yang Yi asked, tell me something. Have there been many who came here recently? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. You're probably here for the sage ruins, right? The middle-aged man was very courteous, and his attitude was very amiable too, because he was very well aware that those who dared to come here on their own were not weaklings. Moreover, the man before him even felt unfathomable. It could be said that he wouldn't have done anything even if Yang Yi refused to pay the immortal crystals. Yang Yi nodded. The middle-aged man said, many have been coming here lately, and they're from all the races. However, I never saw anyone from the sky race. Of course, they're definitely here, but they are probably in hiding. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. The sky race? The middle-aged man nodded. The sky race is a sworn enemy of my devil race, so they naturally wouldn't dare to come here openly. However, the sage ruins belongs to a sage of the sky race, so I presume they definitely won't give up on obtaining it. However, the geniuses of my devil race are prepared. So, the geniuses of the sky race will probably have to suffer when the time comes. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. I'm not from the sky race, I'm from the human race. Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man visibly relaxed his grip. There was a talisman in his grasp. His main mission was to wait for the geniuses from the sky race and report their arrival. Yang Yi stood at the top of a mountain and looked off into the distance. Tall mountains stretched endlessly to the ends of his vision. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly, and a short while passed before he opened them again and said, Horizon Mountain? Horizon Mountain was where the sage ruins had appeared. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he twisted his right foot on the ground. A glowing sword appeared below his feet, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Yang Yi closed his eyes within the clouds and shot forward on his sword. His consciousness had entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went over to the divining flame and asked, Senior, do you know anything about the prediction line in the weapon path? The divining flame remained silent for a short while and said, Kid, instead of worrying about the weapon path's prediction line, you should worry about the Dao path. The Dao path doesn't have that many lines, and it only has 3. All 3 lines fight against each other, and it's not any less dangerous than the weapon path, and it may even be more dangerous. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I have the Dao path and weapon path to worry about. Great. While you've been swept into 2 vortexes like this, the benefits are quite many too, right? The divining flame continued. Let's ignore the weapon path for now. Just the Dao path has given you the primordial pagoda and master's acknowledgement. These are huge, fortuitous encounters for you. Of course, at the same time, they represent that you'll have to shoulder many things. But as they always say, nothing comes free in this world. If you gain something, you pain something. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. I just feel like my future path is filled with trouble. The divining flame asked, Are you afraid of trouble? Yang Yi smiled. I am. Of course I am. The divining flame said, Then work hard on becoming stronger. So long as you're strong enough, you'll naturally have no problems. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. That's what I thought in the past. But now I realize that the stronger I become, the more trouble I face. Since he started his journey on Profounder Continent, Yang Yi was countless times stronger now. However, not only had his problems not reduced, they were even growing. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and spoke solemnly. Right? According to my knowledge, there's an evil treasure following me. Can you sense it? The divining flame replied. I can't. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The divining flame replied, it's at a much higher level than me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The divining flame said, she's linked to the quintessence of the large universe, and she was born with the spirit of this universe. That's also the reason why that sage merely suppressed her, but didn't kill her. That sage couldn't kill her, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare to. Because destroying a part of the universe's quintessence would incur public wrath. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Why did she choose me? The divining flame. Perhaps she just doesn't like you. Yang Yi's face darkened, and the divining flame added, actually, you should be happy. Beings like her are extremely proud. She wouldn't even glance at ordinary people. Since she has taken a liking to you, it represents that you're very outstanding and you have great potential. She wouldn't even spare a glance at most people. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Would you be happy when someone who wants to kill you is constantly following you in secret, but you can't see that person? So, tell me something. Why isn't she attacking me right now? It's the primordial pagoda, of course. The divining flame continued. She doesn't dare to enter you while you have the primordial pagoda. Of course, there's an exception to that. For example, if you're heavily injured and unconscious. At that time, she may risk everything and try while you're unconscious. Once she succeeds at acknowledging you as her master, even the primordial pagoda would be helpless against her. Yang Yi was quite annoyed. What I don't understand is what she can do after acknowledging me as her master. Devour. The divining flame explained. She can devour everything you have. Your fortune, your luck. In short, she can devour everything. Of course, there's probably another reason, but I don't know why. You can ask her if you have the chance. Yang Yi glanced at the divining flame and said, why do I feel like you're taking pleasure in this? I am. The divining flame said, not at all. In short, good luck. Yang Yi shook his head and went over to Zir. Little Sky was by her side. Yang Yi asked, how long will it take for her to regain consciousness? Little Sky remained silent. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi gazed at her. What's wrong? Little Sky shook her head slightly. I thought she merely suffered some damage to her soul, but now it seems like it's worse than I thought. But I haven't determined the exact cause. Yang Yi's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Did the Sovereign of Sky do something to her? Little Sky replied, I don't know. Give me 2 weeks. If she still doesn't wake up by then, it proves that the Sovereign of Sky definitely did something to her. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. If he really did, it'll make him pay with blood. Zir was his reverse scale, and he would never let anyone touch her. After staying with Little Sky and Zir for some time, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda because he was about to reach his destination. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. There was a huge stone city not too far away from him, and it was made from all sorts of stones. So, the city seemed exceptionally huge, and it felt extremely solid. Yang Yi looked up at the city wall, and he saw 2 words on it, Boulder City. The words were made from rock as well. Boulder City? Yang Yi sized up the city entrance and walked over. He entered the city without being obstructed at all. But as soon as he entered the city, his path was obstructed by a robust man. It was a man from the devil race. Yang Yi sized up the man and asked, do you need something? The young man glanced at Yang Yi. The sky race? Yang Yi shook his head, no. The young man suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's shirt and pulled Yang Yi over to himself. But why do I feel like you're a bastard from the sky race? Yang Yi looked the young man in the eyes. I told you I'm not. A fierce smile curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth. Now, I have a stronger feeling that I'm right. Suddenly, Yang Yi attacked. He grabbed the young man's throat. However, the young man smiled coldly. Do you think my body is something that trash like you can? Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. The young man's voice stopped abruptly, but he wasn't dead. Yang Yi slammed the young man against the ground. Bang! The ground exploded apart. Yang Yi stomped his foot down on the young man's chest. Come, tell me, am I from the sky race? The young man stared at Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down again. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the young man. Yang Yi bent down and looked at the young man. You're dissatisfied? The young man roared with fury. I am. Is that so? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I specialize in dealing with that. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the young man against the ground again. Bang! Bang! The ground collapsed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2018, Traitor of the Human Race. Bang! 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 Yang Yi held one of the young man's legs and slammed him incessantly against the ground, causing the ground to crack open incessantly. Countless rocks and blood sprayed into the surroundings, and it was an absolutely horrible sight. At this moment, many people from the devil race had gathered here. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar. However, Yang Yi showed no signs of stopping, and he still continued slamming the young man against the ground. How dare you! Another furious shout resounded, and then a figure shot at Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around and swung a punch. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the figure was blasted back. It was an armored man who'd attacked Yang Yi. The man was around the age of 30 and had a robust figure. Yang Yi looked like a child before him. The man glanced at his fist. It had cracked open, and his bones were visible. The armored man looked up at Yang Yi while a wisp of solemnness appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Yang Yi kicked the young man to the side and asked, What? He's from the sky race. Suddenly, the young man, who was on the verge of death, spoke abruptly. The sky race. Everyone from the devil race gazed at Yang Yi when they heard him, and they had hostile gazes in their eyes. As for the armored man, his gaze turned icy cold, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of the young man, and he lifted up the young man before the others could even react. Do you know why I've beaten you up? It's because you're aware that I'm not from the sky race, yet you still insisted on looking for trouble with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi slapped the young man. Slap! A loud slap resounded, and the young man was slapped flying. He flew for over 1 kilometer before he slammed against the ground. After he slapped the young man flying, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, I'm a human. A human. Everyone here was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped concealing his aura. As soon as they sensed his aura, the expressions of many people from the devil race eased up quite a bit. As far as they were concerned, they weren't here to help the young man from the devil race. They were here because they refused to let someone from the sky race make a show of strength here. But Yang Yi wasn't from the sky race. So, many started to leave. Yang Yi didn't attack again, and he walked off as well. Yang Yi wasn't here to cause trouble, but if anyone came looking for trouble with him, then he wouldn't hold back. If he had to kill, he would kill. If he had to bash them up, he would bash them up. Yang Yi hadn't gone far when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. You're a human? I'm human too. I'm Liao Fan. Nice to meet you. Yang Yi sized up the man before him, and there was slight surprise in his eyes. It was because the man was a Sea Dao realm expert. A Sea Dao realm expert. The man was below 30 years of age, but he was already a Sea Dao realm expert. So, the young man's natural talent was quite monstrous. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and replied, Yi Yang. He naturally planned to avoid using his real name. He wasn't afraid of using it, but he knew that it would draw a lot of trouble to him. Liao Fan smiled, Brother Yi. If I'm not wrong, you should be here for the Sage Ruins, right? Yang Yi nodded. You too, right? Lian Fan smiled. Looks like we have a common goal. Right, I have 2 other friends as well. I wonder if you're willing to join us? Yang Yi was about to refuse when Liao Fan added, Brother Yi, you probably don't know much about the Sage Ruins, right? Yang Yi nodded. I really don't know much. Why? Lian Fan replied. It's situated at Horizon Mountain, and it's at the border between the Devil Dimension and the Oceanic Dimension. It's called Horizon Mountain because the Oceanic race is on the other side. Yang Yi asked, What are you trying to say? Liao Fan smiled. Brother Yi. It isn't that easy to enter the sage ruins. There are 3 dangers we must face. Firstly, the experts of the devil race and oceanic race over there. Because of the sage ruins, those fellows have started killing to accumulate wealth. It can be said that many die before they even reach Horizon Mountain. He paused for a moment and continued. The second danger is at the foot of the mountain. There are a few types of mysterious forces there, and they once killed Zen realm experts. As for the third danger, it's naturally all these other fellows from all the races. Even if we obtain the inheritance, leaving safely is a huge problem. So, it's necessary to find some companions, right? Yang Yi hesitated on the spot, and then he nodded. All right. He didn't know much about Horizon Mountain, so traveling with Liao Fan's group was perfect to make up for that. Horizon Mountain was where the sage ruins was, and it was definitely not a normal place. Liao Fan grinned when he saw Yang Yi agree. Please come with me. Yang Yi followed Liao Fan out of Boulder City, and they met a man and woman on a small hill outside the city. The man wore a violet robe and held a spear. The woman wore a cloud-white dress and had a sword hanging by her waist. The man was handsome, and she was beautiful. The violet-robed man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "What's this?" Liao Fan smiled. "This is Brother Yi Yang. I met him in Boulder City." He gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at the man and woman. "This is Brother Su Xiao from the human race as well, and she's Miss A Xiao from the human race too." Su Xiao and A Xiao sized up Yang Yi, and then they nodded as their way to greet Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded to them too, and then he gazed at Liao Fan. "Are we going now?" Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Liao Fan nodded. "Of course. I don't want to waste time." They left the hill and walked to Horizon Mountain. Horizon Mountain was less than 4 hours away from them, and if they flew, it would take less than 10 minutes. However, they didn't choose to fly because they would be huge targets for everyone. Suddenly, Liao Fan asked, "Do you think Yang Yi will come?" Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. Su Xiao said, "He should. Sage ruins are a huge, fortuitous encounter for cultivators like us. So, I think he won't let it slip by." Suddenly, A Xiao said, "I hope he does." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Why?" A Xiao glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Liao Fan chuckled. "Brother Yi, perhaps you're not aware that Yang Yi is said to be the #1 genius in the large universe. Of course, no one acknowledges that. At the very least, no one in our circles acknowledges it. After all, he hasn't fought in the martial emperor rankings. Of course, perhaps he really may be the #1 sword cultivator." He gazed at A Xiao and continued. A Xiao is a formidable sword cultivator, so she naturally wants to meet Yang Yi and see if he's really as strong as the rumors say. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, "Right. What's the martial emperor rankings?" Liao Fan glanced at Yang Yi and spoke with astonishment. "You haven't heard of it?" Yang Yi nodded. "I haven't." Liao Fan glanced at Yang Yi with a weird expression in his eyes, and he said, "The martial emperor rankings is a joint ranking in all the races of the large universe. The experts on the rankings are the top geniuses in all the races, especially the top 10. They are extremely terrifying. That fellow who was once ranked at the 9th ranking killed a genius from one of the 4 top clans, and not only did that genius clan not seek vengeance from him, they even extended an olive branch to him." Yang Yi asked, "Are the geniuses of the top clans stronger than the geniuses of all the races?" "You can't say that." Liao Fan continued, "And overall, their quality is slightly better. However, it doesn't represent that the geniuses of all the races are inferior to them. Just like those monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the martial emperor rankings, they aren't inferior to the geniuses of the 4 top clans." Yang Yi nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Liao Fan said, "Since Yang Yi could trample on all the geniuses of the sky race, he's clearly not a weakling. Based on his strength, he should be able to enter the top 10. Of course, it'll be an entirely different story if it was just exaggerated." Su Xiao suddenly asked, "So what? He's still a traitor of our human race. I really don't understand. Based on his natural talent, he can become a pillar of our human race. So why did he have to collude with the shaman race?" "He colluded with the shaman race?" Yang Yi gazed at Su Xiao. "Did the sovereign of man say that?" Su Xiao nodded slightly. the sovereign of man, issued a warrant. Yang Yi is a traitor of the human race now, and no one is allowed to protect him. Yang Yi didn't say anything else. He realized that he couldn't return to the human dimension. Otherwise, endless trouble would be surging towards him once he returned. Moreover, the sovereign of man refused to give up until he was dead. Meanwhile, Liao Fan suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Which clan are you from? Su Xiao and A Xiao gazed at Yang Yi too. Yang Yi smiled. A small clan you've probably never heard of. Liao Fan and the others glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say anything, because asking again would be insensible. 2 hours later, suddenly, Liao Fan said, "We're here." They stopped and looked ahead. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed, and he immersed his consciousness into his body. A moment later, Yang Yi's astounded voice came from within the primordial pagoda. "What? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 2019, Horizon Mountain. There was a sword in front of Yang Yi, and it was trembling. It was the unfettered one's sword. "What is it?" Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, the sword stopped and floated silently in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi took the sword in his grasp, and then it trembled slightly before quickly returning to calm. Yang Yi fell into deep thought while looking at the sword, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Liao Fan suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother Yi, I suddenly thought of the fact you seem to have used physical strength while fighting that young man from the devil race. Are you a body cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. "Sort of. A body cultivator." Su Xiao and A Xiao gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this. Body cultivators were very rare in the human race because it was too painful. As far as humans were concerned, cultivating the body was like asking for torture. Moreover, the human body was much inferior when compared to the bodies of the demon or devil race. Meanwhile, Liao Fan smiled. "Body cultivators are very rare. Brother Yi, your willpower is truly admirable to be able to cultivate your body to such an extent." Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, they suddenly looked up into the distance. Horizon Mountain was there. It wasn't that tall, but it was very wide and almost borderless. As for the area behind the mountain, it was an endless ocean. There was a ray of white light flickering in the sky above the mountain. A solemn expression instantly appeared on Yang Yi's face when he saw it. Danger. It felt dangerous to him. Yang Yi asked, "What's that?" Liao Fan shook his head. "I don't know." He glanced at the surroundings and continued, "Let's go." It didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of Horizon Mountain. The white light was still there far above them. Liao Fan looked up. "The white light is a forbidden area. It stops us from getting to the top of the mountain, and the sage ruins should be at the top." Yang Yi asked, "Didn't all the races send their experts to deal with it?" Liao Fan grinned. "It's naturally possible if they sent a sage. However, why would they do that? Brother Yi, the sage ruins is actually just a place those old fellows used to train us. As far as they're concerned, sage ruins can temper geniuses from the various races. Otherwise, they would be here as soon as a sage ruins appears, and we would never have a chance to grow." Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Liao Fan smiled. "Don't worry, while it's powerful, it's not impossible to deal with. After all, the top geniuses of all the races are here." As he spoke, he pressed 2 fingers together, and there was a golden card between them, an invitation sent by the devil race's Emo Shao. All strong geniuses received one. He looked up at the white light and continued, "If a single person can't deal with it, then what about 10 or even 100? Suddenly, A Xiao said, "We don't have invitations." Liao Fan smiled. "It's fine. Once Emo Shao meets all of you, he'll give you invitations too. Let's go." As he spoke, Liao Fan transformed into a gust of wind that vanished into the distance. Su Xiao and A Xiao hurriedly followed after him. Yang Yi looked up at the white light, and then he frowned slightly. When he got closer to it, he sensed something strange from it. It felt familiar. It actually felt quite familiar to him. Meanwhile, Liao Fan's voice came from afar. "Brother Yi, You'll get lost if you don't keep up. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a waterfall at the bottom of the mountain. There were around 10 people here. Yang Yi glanced at them, and the weakest amongst them was at the Sea Dao realm. There was no lack of geniuses in the world. The black-robed man who led the group nodded slightly to Liao Fan when he saw them, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and the others. Who are they? Liao Fan introduced them. This is Su Xiao, a Sea Dao realm expert. This is Aishio, a Sea Dao realm expert as well. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. This is Brother Yi. He's... Yang Yi stopped concealing his aura, so everyone sensed his cultivation. The Here Dao realm. Yang Yi noticed that many had surprise on their faces. Of course, some revealed a trace of ridicule. Liao Fan was astounded. Brother Yi, you're just at the Here Dao realm? Yang Yi nodded. What's wrong? Liao Fan's lips twitched, and then slight embarrassment appeared on his face. Even though they were only 2 small ranks above Yang Yi, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Surmounting his realm of cultivation? There were many geniuses capable of that, and all of them were such existences. However, it depended on the target. Perhaps there were people capable of surmounting their realms of cultivation against the people here, but there were absolutely few people like that. But Yang Yi didn't look like such an extraordinary genius. Yang Yi was smart, so how could he be unable to discern what they were thinking? He smiled. Realms of cultivation can't fully display a person's strength, right? Oh. A young man suddenly stepped forward and smiled. It sounds like you're saying that while you're just at the Here Dao realm, you aren't any weaker to Sea Dao realm experts like us. Is that right? Yang Yi glanced at the young man. I don't mean to offend, but that's exactly what I think you're doing. The young man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. We don't need trash, understand? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the young man when he appeared again. The young man's reaction was extremely swift, and he slammed his palm forward, causing the space before him to ripple. Bang! However, the young man was punched over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi started walking towards the young man. Actually, you're absolutely right. I'm not weaker than all of you at all. That's exactly what I meant. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Bang! The young man's figure slammed against the mountain wall. Boom! The mountain wall shook violently while countless rocks crashed down. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of the young man, and then he grabbed the young man by the throat. Do you have a problem with what I said? The young man gazed silently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi squeezed down, and the young man turned purple. Suddenly, Liao Fan said, Brother Yi, please show mercy. Yang Yi glanced at him, and then released the young man who fell to the ground. Liao Fan smiled, and then he gazed at the black-robed man. Brother Emo Xiao, my friend's strength is all right, right? Emo Xiao sized up Yang Yi. A body cultivator? Yang Yi replied, sort of. Emo Xiao nodded slightly. Cultivating to such an extent with the body of a human is rare indeed. While you're only at the Here Dao realm, it's just as you've said, you're not weaker to us. Our chances of success will increase with you on our side. Yang Yi asked, to destroy that white light? Emo Xiao shook his head slightly. Perhaps we can if all the geniuses here join forces, but just our forces are far from enough. It's so strong that it can kill a Zen realm expert with ease. Then what are we going to do? Liao Fan asked. How will we get to the top without dealing with it? Emo Xiao smiled. It's very simple. We'll join forces to resist it, but avoid getting locked in combat with it. We just have to ascend the mountain quickly, because it won't chase after us once we get up the mountain. That's how many others got through to the top. Liao Fan asked, how many? Not many. Emo Xiao explained. We still have a chance. After all, the inheritance of a sage is definitely not that easy to obtain. Even if there are many there, someone will definitely get the inheritance seed, and so long as the inheritance seed exists, it doesn't make a difference to us. They plan to seize the inheritance seed. Yang Yi glanced at Emo Xiao. This fellow is brutal. However, it made sense because only the strong would obtain the treasures of the world. Even if something belonged to a person, it would change owners if that person wasn't strong enough. Liao Fan asked, We're going up right now? Emo Xiao nodded. Let me say this before we go. We're all on the same boat, so we must stay united towards outsiders. After all, many people here have joined forces. If we don't stay united, we'll definitely be crushed. I'm sure killing and stealing isn't something all of you are unfamiliar with. They nodded to display their lack of objections. Emo Xiao looked up at the white light. Let's go. If it attacks us, we'll join forces against it. Let me emphasize that all of you must use your full strength because it can kill Zen Realm experts. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the group up the mountain. They traveled very swiftly, and all of them had extremely solemn and vigilant expressions on their faces. Right when they arrived halfway up the mountain, the white light suddenly emanated a sharp howl and instantly shot towards them. Emo Xiao and the others' faces fell. Meanwhile, Yang Yes' eyes opened wide. How can this be? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2020. From the Dead Dimension. Sword Energy. Yang Yi sensed sword energy. It was a strand of sword energy. He hadn't sensed it earlier because it was too far, yet now, he could clearly sense its aura. Whose sword energy is it? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think because the white light had arrived above them. At this moment, Yang Yi believed Emo Xiao. It really could kill Zen Realm experts. Danger. It was extremely dangerous. Fight it together. Suddenly, Emo Xiao's voice resounded, and he shot up into the sky and slammed his fist forward. A huge fist that was over 100 m wide rose up and slammed against the white light. However, it was instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with the white light. Meanwhile, the others attack as well. But the white light instantly descended, and Emo Xiao, who led the charge, was instantly obliterated before he could even react. He was dead. Had been killed in an instant. Liao Fan and the others' expressions changed drastically, and one of them hurriedly said, "We can't fight it. Let's go." He immediately shot off into the distance. The others fled as well. Yang Yi was naturally not an exception. He didn't want to fight it on his own because it was no ordinary sword energy. Even he wasn't completely confident in his ability to deal with it, so he started to flee when the others fled. However, the sword energy insisted on chasing after him. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Did I wrong you? He sped up, but it was even faster. Liao Fan and the others naturally noticed this, and Su Xiu asked, "Should we help?" Liao Fan shook his head slightly. "This is an opportunity for us. Let's head up there." He immediately shot up the mountain. Aishio and Su Xiu exchanged glances, and then Aishio said, "I'm going to help him." Su Xiu gazed at her with astonishment. Aishio said, "We agreed to become temporary allies, so we naturally should face everything together. If I leave now, I'll be breaking my promise, and that doesn't sit well with me." A ray of light flashed, and she vanished on the spot. Su Xiu shook his head. How pedantic. He shot up the mountain once he finished speaking. On the other side, Yang Yi was growing faster and faster, but that ray of sword energy refused to stop pursuing him. In the end, Yang Yi stopped, and the sword energy suddenly stopped in front of him. Yang Yi glanced at the sword energy. "What do you want?" The reason had stopped was that he hadn't sensed any intent to kill. It seemed to hold no ill intent towards him. The white light trembled slightly, and then it floated over to Yang Yi and started trembling again. It seemed to be telling him something. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he placed his hand on it. It dispersed to reveal a finger-long strand of sword energy. The sword energy was white like a strand of white flame. Yang Yi sized it up and said, "You want to go with me?" It shook slightly. Yang Yi finally came to an understanding at this point. Sword energy. No matter how powerful a person's sword energy was, so long as it left the person's body, it would be without an owner and without a source of energy. Once it encountered external forces, it was very likely for it to vanish forever from the world. So, this strand of sword energy clearly wanted to go with him and gain a place to stay. As for why it came to him, it was very simple. It was because he was a sword cultivator. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he grabbed it. As soon as he did that, it entered his body. Yang Yi immersed his mind into the primordial pagoda. Once the sword energy entered the pagoda, it immediately shot into the unfettered one's sword while Yang Yi watched with astonishment. The sword shook violently, and then a deafening sword howl resounded. Yang Yi waved his hand, and the sword appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at it. A long time passed before he left the primordial pagoda. After that, he glanced at the surroundings and planned to leave. But he suddenly looked towards the side. "Show yourself." The space there shook slightly, and a woman walked out from it. It was Aishio. Yang Yi frowned slightly. "It's you?" Obviously, he hadn't expected her to come. She glanced at him. "I saw everything." Yang Yi asked, and she replied, "Who are you?" Yang Yi smiled. "We merely met by chance. There's no need to get an answer to that question, right?" She nodded slightly. "True." She looked up at the mountain. "They've headed up there." Yang Yi glanced at the top and said, "Then let's go too." Aishio glanced at Yang Yi. While she had questions in her heart, she didn't ask them in the end. Just as Yang Yi had said, they'd merely met by chance, and it was insensible to pursue an answer. Right when they were about to arrive at the top of the mountain, the sound of air being torn apart resounded by the ears. An instant later, a few rays of cold light arrived before them. They were blades that were thin as the wings of a cicada. They were shooting straight for Yang Yi and Aishio's vital points. Even though they were extremely quick, such speed was quite slow to Yang Yi. He didn't dodge them and just swung a punch, and those blades were instantly blasted into bits. Yang Yi turned to look at Aishio, and he noticed that the blades around her had vanished too. There was a sword in her grasp, and it was flickering with sword energy. Their eyes met, and then they looked towards the distance. A few figures were shooting away there. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Obviously, after they'd witnessed Yang Yi and Aishio's strength, they'd decisively given up on killing and robbing Yang Yi and Aishio. Aishio asked, "Shall we go after them?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Let's not waste time." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the top of the mountain, which was just a short distance away, and flashed over. Aishio followed closely behind him. Once they arrived at the top, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he looked ahead. He couldn't see the end of the mountain. Meanwhile, Aishio pointed ahead. "The oceanic dimension is over there, and the Sage Ruins is at the border of the oceanic dimension and devil dimension. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and appeared over 10 kilometers away. Aishio's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Such physical strength. She immediately followed after him. 2 hours later, they stopped. There was a small hill not too far away from them, and around 30 people were gathered at the foot of it. Su Xiao and Liao Fan were among them. Liao Fan and Su Xiao were slightly stunned when they saw Yang Yi and Aishio, but it didn't take long for Liao Fan to walk over and smile. "Brother Yi, Aishio, it's good to know that you're fine." Yang Yi smiled and glanced at the crowd. "Brother Liao Fan, what's going on over there?" Yang Yi's attitude was very nice, and there was nothing off about it. Liao Fan glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "Brother Yi, you won't blame me and Brother Su Xiao for leaving, right?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Why would I?" He added, "Brother Liao Fan, has someone obtained the sage's inheritance?" "No." Liao Fan shook his head and pointed at the small hill. "The Sage Ruins is over there, but we can't get in. We aren't the only ones. Everyone else has stopped here. No one is able to go up there." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Liao Fan replied, "It's being protected." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked up and glanced at the hill, but he saw nothing. Liao Fan smiled. "You'll see it later." After that, his expression became solemn. "It's more terrifying than the white light from before." Liao Fan. Meanwhile, a voice came from afar. Liao Fan looked over, and he saw a young man in a violet robe walking slowly in his direction. "Brother Lin Tian." Liao Fan went over and smiled. "May I know what you need?" Lin Tian glanced at Yang Yi and Aishio. "Who are they?" Liao Fan smiled. "They are friends I met on the way. Yang and Aishio." He gazed at Yang Yi and Aishio, and he introduced Lin Tian. "This is Brother Lin Tian. He's one of the 2 emperors of our human race." "One of the 2 emperors?" Yang Yi couldn't help but take another glance at Lin Tian. He's equally famous to that fellow, Qin Chuan? Lin Tian nodded to Yang Yi and Aishio, and then he said, "We've decided to join forces against that fellow." Suddenly, Liao Fan asked, "What about after that?" After that, Lin Tian chuckled. "Brother Liao Fan, that question is quite naive. Once it's dealt with, we'll naturally fight for the inheritance. The strong get the inheritance. In any case, we'll rely on our own ability to get it." Liao Fan nodded and didn't say another word. Lin Tian smiled. "Come, let me introduce you to two extraordinary geniuses from the devil race." Lin Tian led Yang Yi and the others to the foot of the hill, and then he pointed at a man who was seated cross-legged there. The man had his back to them. Lin Tian smiled. "Guess who he is? Let me give you a hint. He came from the dead dimension." The dead dimension? Yang Yi looked ahead along the direction Lin Tian was waiting. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 2021. Am not skilled in single combat. There was a man seated cross-legged in front of them, and he had his back towards them. While they couldn't see his appearance, Yang Yi recognized him just from the sight of him. Yang Yi chuckled. He hadn't expected to encounter him here, or it should be said that he hadn't expected that fellow to come here too. Lin Tian walked over to the man's back and was about to speak when the man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around, and he was stunned when he saw Yang Yi. A moment later, he stood up and walked over to Yang Yi. "I didn't expect you to have come." The man had just one arm. He was Mad Saber, whom Yang Yi had met in Sky Residence City. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, even Lin Tian did. Lin Tian asked, "You two know each other?" Yang Yi smiled, of course. He sized up Mad Saber's empty sleeve and asked, "Are you still not going to restore it?" Mad Saber shook his head slightly. "It's fine like this." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Fine." According to his knowledge, it was Mad Saber who'd chopped off his own arm. As for the reason, had never asked, and Amon and the others had never asked as well. Mad Saber's arm could be restored. However, Yang Yi had never expected Mad Saber to not restore it after leaving the dead dimension. There was definitely a reason for it, but since Mad Saber didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask. "Brother Yi." Meanwhile, Liao Fan suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect you to know him. Looks like you're quite the expert." "Yi Yang." Mad Saber gazed at Yang Yi, and he immediately came to an understanding when he saw Yang Yi grin at him. Yang Yi. Those two words could be described as absolutely renowned throughout the large universe. If Yang Yi used his real name, it was obvious that it would cause a huge amount of trouble for him. Yang Yi glanced at Liao Fan and smiled. "What are you talking about? We've just had some drinks together." "Is that so?" Liao Fan smiled. He wanted to say more, but Mad Saber suddenly said, "Let's talk over there." As he spoke, he led Yang Yi towards the side. When he passed by a young man, he suddenly stopped and gazed at the young man. "Greet your big brother." The young man was stunned. Yang Yi glanced at the young man. The young man looked quite alike to Mad Saber. Mad Saber frowned slightly when he noticed the young man's reaction. The young man puckered his lips, sized up Yang Yi, and stretched out his hand. "Big brother, nice to meet you." He placed emphasis on the words "big brother." Yang Yi chuckled and shook the young man's hand. However, the young man suddenly squeezed down. But at the moment he did that, Yang Yi suddenly squeezed as well. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the young man's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, a strand of faint violet energy entered the young man's hand, and his broken bones were instantly repaired. Yang Yi released the young man and patted him on the shoulder. After that, he gazed at Mad Saber, and the latter said, "My younger brother, Ming Che." Yang Yi smiled. "Not bad." Mad Saber nodded slightly. "His temper isn't very good. Come over here. I have a lot to ask you." Yang Yi went over to the side with Mad Saber, and Ming Che followed them. Mad Saber stopped and said, "I know what you did in the Sky Dimension. Now, all the youths of the Devil race have committed your name to memory." The Sky Dimension? Ming Che was stunned. and then he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. You. Mad Saber spoke indifferently. He's the person you idolize. You're Yang Yi. Ming Che gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ming Che walked over to Yang Yi and spoke with quite a bit of excitement. Did you really challenge all the geniuses of the sky race by yourself? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he gazed at Mad Saber. You're here for the inheritance? Mad Saber nodded. Sort of. I'm mainly here because my devil race doesn't want it to fall into the sky race's hands. The sky race? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but didn't tell Mad Saber about Yu Jing in the end. He didn't want Mad Saber to get mixed up in it. Even though Yu Jing was part of the sky race and Mad Saber was from the devil race, he was certain that Mad Saber would definitely not stand by idly if he knew the situation Yu Jing was in right now. Yang Yi didn't want Mad Saber to get mixed up in it, and he felt that he should shoulder it on his own. Meanwhile, Mad Saber said, there's a crimson ox on that hill. It's a being from the ancient times, and it was once in the sky dimension. If I'm not wrong, it should be that sage's mount. Even though the sage has fallen, the crimson ox is still alive, and it's clearly protecting that sage. A crimson ox? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What realm is it in? Mad Saber replied, it's unknown for now. However, it should be at the Zen realm at the very least. Moreover, it's no ordinary Zen realm expert. I was quite worried before this, but now that you're here, our joint forces shouldn't have a problem dealing with it. Yang Yi looked up at the hill. A crimson ox? He had a strange feeling about the place. Mad Saber asked, do you have any questions? Yang Yi moved his gaze away and said, let's go. Mad Saber nodded slightly, and then he led Yang Yi and Ming Che back to the group. Mad Saber glanced at the others and said, just as we discussed previously, we'll go our own separate ways once the Crimson Ox is dealt with. We'll rely on our own ability to gain possession of the sage's inheritance. All of you have no objections, right? All of them shook their heads. Mad Saber said, we'll fight together later. As soon as he finished speaking, a saber appeared in his grasp, and then a ray of saber energy tore through the air. Right when it was about to strike the hill, a crimson shadow suddenly appeared before it, and then the saber energy was slammed into bits. Bang! A colossal figure appeared before Yang Yi and the others. The Crimson Ox. The Crimson Ox had just 2 legs, and its body was like a human's, but its head was the head of an ox. There were 2 huge horns on its head, and they were almost 1.5 m long. They seemed so sharp that they could tear through everything. The Crimson Ox's hands were even more shocking. They were like 2 thigh pillars that were filled with explosive strength. Besides that, its entire body was extremely smooth. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there was actually a layer of scales there. These scales were extremely smooth like a mirror. The expressions of everyone here became solemn at the sight of it. Pressure. While it hadn't moved at all of them felt a strong wave of pressure coming from it. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. It was even to the extent that some felt it was impossible to defeat. The Crimson Ox's eyes were like bronze bells. It glanced at everyone before it, and then it clenched its right fist and slammed it at them from afar. Boom! A wave of powerful force swept out, and it instantly blasted Liao Fan and the others 3 kilometers back. Even Yang Yi had been pushed around 1 and back. Mad Saber and Aishio were not too far behind him, and there were 2 other black-robed men by their sides. At this moment, everyone gazed at Yang Yi, who was standing right at the front. That attack from the Crimson Ox had clearly displayed all of their strengths. Yang Yi had been pushed back the least, so it meant that Yang Yi was absolutely strong. Liao Fan and Lin Tian took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then they exchanged glances. In the end, Lin Tian spoke solemnly. Do you know where he's from? Liao Fan shook his head. Lin Tian spoke solemnly. He's definitely not ordinary. He looked towards the distance while he spoke. The Crimson Ox's gaze descended upon Yang Yi. It sized up Yang Yi for a moment, and then it suddenly leaped up and slammed its body down at Yang Yi. Mad Saber immediately went over to Yang Yi's side, and then he swung his saber forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi clenched his right fist and slammed his forward as well. Bang! Boom! 2 explosions resounded, and then Yang Yi and Mad Saber were pushed backwards repeatedly. Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m before he finally stopped himself, and Mad Saber's figure was still being pushed back. Yang Yi immediately grabbed Mad Saber's shoulder with his left hand and stopped Mad Saber from being pushed further back. However, Mad Saber's expression wasn't very sightly. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face too. The Crimson Ox was much stronger than had imagined. Suddenly, the Crimson Ox vanished on the spot, and it was in the air above Yang Yi when it appeared again. After that, it flipped its body and descended head first at Yang Yi. Mad Saber was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly pushed slightly with his left hand, and Mad Saber was pushed over 100 m away. At the same time, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of white light that charged up into the air. Just like that, Yang Yi's small fist slammed against the Crimson Ox's huge fist. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted into the ground. Mad Saber's expression changed from the sight of this, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a figure shot up from beneath the ground and slammed a punch against the Crimson Ox's chest. Boom! The Crimson Ox didn't move at all, and the figure was pushed almost 300 m back instead. The figure had been pushed back by its own strength. It was Yang Yi. The faces of everyone here fell from the sight of this. The Crimson Ox's physical strength and defenses aroused quite a bit of despair in them. Suddenly, the Crimson Ox stretched out a finger and gestured at Yang Yi. Obviously, it was provoking him. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I'm not really skilled in single combat. I'm most skilled in group combat." As he spoke, he turned around and gazed at Liao Fan and the others. "What are all of you still standing there for? Attack it." All of them felt speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2022, My Sword is Supreme. Chapter 2022, My Sword is Supreme. Attack together. All of them had quite weird expressions on their faces because they thought Yang Yi intended to fight it on his own. Attack. Meanwhile, Mad Saber's voice resounded, and then a ray of saber energy whistled through the air as it shot at the Crimson Ox. Lin Tian and the others attacked as well. Viciousness flashed through the Crimson Ox's eyes, and it unfurled its right fist and swept it forward in an arc. The space around it instantly warped and twisted. At the same time, a wave of powerful force swept out from its palm and swept towards Yang Yi and the others like a tornado. As expected, Yang Yi and the others were instantly blasted away, and some were even blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the Crimson Ox hadn't stopped, and it slammed down its palms against the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently as a wave of powerful force shot up into the sky. Yang Yi and the others were the first to bear the brunt of it, and they were blasted backwards repeatedly while some even spat out mouthfuls of blood. In just 2 collisions, Yang Yi and the others were completely defeated. They were no match for it. That was what Lin Tian and the others felt. The Crimson Ox was much stronger than they'd ever imagined. Even Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face, because the Crimson Ox's physical strength and defense made him feel quite helpless. Even if he used his sword, it would probably be extremely difficult for him to cause any material harm. Its defenses were truly too terrifying. Meanwhile, the Crimson Ox stretched out a finger and gestured at them again. It was provoking them. It was blatantly provoking them. Mad Saber spoke solemnly. "What do we do?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Tell them all to stop holding back." All of them in this group weren't ordinary. So, besides the Crimson Ox's strength, there was another reason why they'd been utterly defeated earlier, and it was that they hadn't used their full strength. They were holding back. All of them were holding back, including Yang Yi. Mad Saber nodded slightly. "Everyone, if you continue holding back, you can forget about the sage's inheritance. Use your full strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Mad Saber suddenly appeared in the sky. He held his saber tight while profound energy surged out into it, causing it to start trembling while dazzling rays of light flashed out incessantly from it. All of the rays of light rained down like a storm upon the Crimson Ox, and every single one of them tore space open. He was being serious. Lin Tian and the others hesitated for a moment, and then they attacked as well. This time, they didn't hold back anymore. Or to be more precise, even if they weren't holding back much. The joint forces of a few dozen geniuses could kill a few Zen realm experts in an instant. At this moment, the Crimson Ox suddenly clenched its fists, and then a faint red light appeared on them. The faint red light hadn't just appeared on its fists, even his eyes had a strange red glow. Roar! The Crimson Ox roared with fury at Yang Yi and the others, and then it slammed its fists forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Mad Saber's sword energy that was at the front of the attack was instantly obliterated. At the same time, Mad Saber was blasted away. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and the others were similarly blasted away before they could even react. Bang! 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 A few dozen figures slammed against the ground, and numerous holes were blasted open. Yang Yi was the only one still standing. After it blasted all of them away, the Crimson Ox didn't launch another attack. It just stood on the spot while looking at Yang Yi's standing figure, and then it gestures at Yang Yi with a finger again. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up. He didn't draw his sword and just stretched out his right hand slowly. After that, an ethereal white dragon claw appeared around his hand. The Sky Dragon. Once the white dragon claw appeared, Yang Yi shot towards the Crimson Ox. In an instant, Head arrived in front of the Crimson Ox, and then he slammed his claw at it. The Crimson Ox's gaze descended upon the ethereal dragon claw, and then it frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's dragon claw had arrived before it. However, it didn't dodge and just slammed its fist forward. Bang! This punch slammed straight against Yang Yi's dragon claw. Both of them shook violently, and then Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away. As for the Crimson Ox, it was blasted around 30 m away, and there was a faint claw mark on its fist. Everyone exchanged glances when they witnessed this, and there was shock in their eyes. The Crimson Ox glanced at its own fist, and then gazed at Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, it gazed at the ethereal dragon claw on Yang Yi's fist. Yang Yi glanced at his fist. It had cracked open. The Crimson Ox's strength truly surpassed him by too much. So, it was utterly impossible for him to defeat it with his physical strength. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and intended to draw his sword. He could only truly fight it by drawing his sword. However, it suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and pointed at the hill. Yang Yi was stunned by this, and so was everyone else. A short while passed before Yang Yi asked, "You want me to go there?" The Crimson Ox nodded. The expressions of everyone here became quite weird. Of course, some of them had quite gloomy expressions on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. Yang Yi ignored the others and asked, "Why?" The Crimson Ox frowned and pointed at the hill again. Yang Yi wanted to say something, but Mad Saber suddenly walked over to his side and said, "Ignore all of that and just go first." Yang Yi asked, "What about all of you?" Mad Saber laughed bitterly. "Forget us. Do you think we can go if that fellow refuses to let us?" Yang Yi nodded, glanced at the Crimson Ox, and then walked over to the hill without saying another word. The Crimson Ox moved aside and didn't stop him. Everyone watched as Yang Yi vanished on the hill. All of them remained silent, and no one knew what they were thinking. Meanwhile, the Crimson Ox stared at them and remained on the spot. A short while passed before Lin Tian suddenly said, "Everyone, I'm leaving first." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Liao Dan, Su Xiu, and 2 others left with him. Some of the others left in succession once Lin Tian left. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Only Mad Saber, his younger brother, and 3 more young men from the devil race remained here. Ming Che spoke solemnly. "Those fellows." Mad Saber nodded slightly. "Ignore them. We just have to wait here." Yang Yi arrived at the top of the hill. There was a single small hut there, and it was very simple, or it could even be described as crude. It was built from weeds and branches. It wasn't fit for human inhabitation at all. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for a solemn expression to appear on his face. There were numerous bottomless holes in the surroundings. "Come in." Suddenly, an aged voice came from within the hut. Yang Yi looked in its direction and didn't hesitate to walk over there. After that, he pushed its door open gently. There was an old man seated cross-legged within it. The old man had white hair, an aged appearance, and emanated faint white light. The old man's eyes were closed, and he didn't open them. Suddenly, the old man asked, "The Sky Dragon?" "I see." Yang Yi finally understood why the Crimson Ox allowed him to come here. It was because of the Sky Dragon he possessed. It was the guardian beast of the Sky race in the past. Yang Yi nodded. The old man asked, "You're human, so why do you have it?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "Do you discriminate against humans?" "Discriminate against humans?" The old man shook his head slightly. "Of course not. All things in the world are equal. Not to mention that there's quite a deep link between the Sky race and human race. I merely asked out of curiosity." Yang Yi stated, "It was given to me by another senior. Then it should have been the Sky Emperor." The old man continued, "He wanted you to become the Sky race's guardian, right?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I'm here to find out why you died here and stop the devil race from obtaining your inheritance." He was urging the old man to give his inheritance to him. The old man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "You're not suitable to inherit my mantle." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man answered, "You know why." Yang Yi shook his head. "Not really." The old man said, "There are many reasons. Firstly, your desire to kill is too strong. Secondly, you possess the Tao Path and Weapon Path's aura. Even though my inheritance doesn't conflict with them, the karma you carry is too great. In short, we're not the same type of person." Yang Yi shrugged. "Fine. I won't force it." The old man continued, "However, just as you've said, my inheritance can't fall into the hands of the devil race. It'll merge my inheritance into an inheritance seed. I hope you'll take it back to Sky Dimension and help me find a suitable successor, all right?" Yang Yi nodded. "All right. So, how did you die here?" The old man suddenly asked, "Are you a sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. "I am." The old man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "I can't let you leave empty-handed, so I'll give you a gift." The old man suddenly stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly before Yang Yi. In an instant, the scene before Yang Yi changed. Or it should be said that a scene appeared before Yang Yi's eyes. Horizon Mountain. There was a man walking slowly towards the mountain. He looked up when he arrived at its base, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. "Amongst the 3,000 grand Daos of the world, my sword Tao reigns supreme." Yang Yi fell silent. The man before him was the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2023. I Seek Out the Strong. Chapter 2023. I Seek Out the Strong. The Unfettered One. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected the Unfettered One to have come here, and he hadn't expected to see the Unfettered One again in the large universe. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and watched. "Amongst the 3,000 grand Daos of the world, my sword Tao reigns supreme." Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he thought about those words. The Unfettered One is still as overbearing as always. However, it also displayed how confident the Unfettered One was in his own sword Tao. Would anyone dare to say that their Tao reigned supreme amongst the 3,000 grand Daos? The Unfettered One did. At the base of Horizon Mountain, the Unfettered One walked slowly towards it. Suddenly, a colossus appeared before him. It was the Crimson Ox. It roared with fury at the Unfettered One and slammed its body down upon him. The Unfettered One's expression didn't change at all, and he just continued forward. When the Crimson Ox was just a little over 1 m away from him, he suddenly waved his hand. A branch on the ground suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The Crimson Ox was blasted away and slammed against the mountain wall. However, it didn't fall down the mountain wall because a tiny branch was stabbed into its stomach. It was that branch that was keeping the Crimson Ox nailed to the wall and had completely immobilized it. The unfettered one continued forward. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the top of Horizon Mountain, and a white-haired old man was there. It was the sage Yang Yi had just met. The old man glanced at the unfettered one. "I've never heard of you in the large universe." The unfettered one looked the old man in the eyes. "Those who've seen me are dead." The old man fell silent for a long time and said, "No wonder. So you were behind the disappearance of around 10 sages amongst all the races. What's your objective?" The unfettered one walked slowly towards the old man. "To prove my sword Tao." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're killing sages to prove your sword Tao?" The unfettered one didn't stop and just continued walking towards the old man. "Why do I seek out sages?" "Because sages are strong enough. I seek out the strong." The old man asked, "Then why don't you seek out the progenitors?" The unfettered one replied, "You're the last one. We'll go look for them after you." The old man asked, "What will you do once you've defeated them all?" The unfettered one stopped and said, "Aren't there the so-called gods?" The old man fell silent. Meanwhile, the unfettered one closed his eyes slowly, and the old man before him closed his eyes as well. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, or it should be described as falling deathly silent. It felt like the surroundings had frozen. Sometime later, the sage stretched out his arms and pressed them down lightly. The world around instantly started trembling, and a wave of powerful natural might swept out from all directions. The true might of nature. At this moment, the unfettered one seemed like he was fighting the world. Suddenly, a thumb-sized rock appeared in the unfettered one's palm, and then it shot forward. Its speed increased as it flew, and it flickered with faint sword energy. The sword energy was very warm and wasn't dazzling at all, and it even seemed quite gentle. However, it shot through the natural aura with absolute ease. Meanwhile, the unfettered one suddenly opened his eyes and left. At the same time, the old man's voice came from behind the unfettered one. "I never expected your sword Tao to have attained such a level." The unfettered one didn't say anything and just continued forward. It didn't take long for him to vanish from the old man's field of vision. The scene before Yang Yi stopped. Yang Yi returned to reality. The old man asked, "What do you think?" Yang Yi replied, "Very strong." The old man nodded slightly. His sword Tao was at the peak of the heart sword stage, and anything could be his sword. Of course, it isn't that simple. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Yang Yi nodded. "I do." The state of making everything into a sword wasn't just using other things as the sword. For example, he could use a rock as a sword, but how strong would it be? It would definitely be strong against an ordinary person. But if he fought someone in the same realm of cultivation, he would be courting death. Besides that, the reason a rock used as a sword couldn't display such strength was mainly because a rock couldn't endure too much of his strength. After all, a rock was a rock, and its endurance had a limit. But the rock in the unfettered one's hands had been able to endure all his strength. That was the difference between him and the unfettered one. The unfettered one had clearly mastered something even more superior. Or it should be said that the unfettered one's sword Tao was superior and stronger. This comparison gave Yang Yi clear insight into the direction he should take. He knew what kind of path he should take next. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and cupped his fist to the old man. "Thank you." The old man grinned and said, "Who's the current sovereign of Sky?" Yang Yi replied, "I don't know." "You don't?" The old man was quite surprised. "You're the guardian of my sky race and a successor of the Tao path. So," he suddenly frowned when he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi asked, "What?" The old man shook his head slightly. "Forget it. It isn't anything I should worry about. Since you were selected by the Sky Emperor, you definitely won't harm my sky race." He flicked a ball of light that floated over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "What's this?" The old man replied, "It's my inheritance. I hope you'll give it to someone from my sky race." Give it to someone from the sky race. The sages were mostly good people, but sages were still people. They weren't completely selfless, and even if they were selfless, it was towards people from their own race and not outsiders. Yang Yi took the ball of white light and said, "Don't worry, they'll select an outstanding genius of the sky race for you." The old man smiled. "I trust you." He flicked with his finger again, and a black bracelet appeared in front of Yang Yi. My mount will follow the person who possesses that. I'm in the devil dimension, and some of the experts here will probably not allow my inheritance to be just taken. You can use my mount. You'll have a much better chance at leaving if you have it to escort you out. He paused for a moment and continued. However, please promise me that if it refuses to stay with you after you leave the devil dimension, then let it go. All right? Yang Yi nodded. All right. The old man grinned. Go on. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi cupped his fist to the old man and left the hut. Once Yang Yi left, silence suddenly filled the hut, and a long time passed before the old man spoke softly. No emotion and emotion. I see. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure gradually turned ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish. Another sage had truly vanished from this world. There wasn't a trace of him left. After he left the hut, Yang Yi sighed softly. Even sages could die, and he felt that practically everyone would face such a day in their lives. Eternal life? Who could truly accomplish that? Many extraordinary experts were merely able to live longer. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and left the hill. As soon as he did, the crimson ox appeared before him. It glanced at him, and then it looked up the mountain. After that, it slowly knelt down before the mountain. A short while later, it stood up, and then it gazed at the bracelet in Yang Yi's possession. Silence. Yang Yi didn't say anything. A short while passed before the crimson ox flashed into the bracelet. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then walked over to Mad Saber and the others. Mad Saber asked, You got it? Yang Yi nodded slightly. A slight smile appeared on Mad Saber's icy-cold face. I knew you would get it. Come. They'll send you out of the devil dimension? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I'll go myself. Mad Saber was visibly displeased. What? Yang Yi smiled. I'm a sword cultivator. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. If you go with me, it'll definitely cause endless troubles for you, and that will be bad. Don't you think so too? Mad Saber fell silent. Yang Yi patted Mad Saber lightly on the shoulder and smiled. Even a million demon beasts couldn't stop me, let alone now. Don't worry, no one can stop me. They'll tell the others, and we can get together another day. Mad Saber nodded. All right, be careful. Yang Yi smiled. Let's get together another day. Yang Yi vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Mad Saber spoke solemnly. Notify Father to send people to watch him. I want to be sure that he gets out safely. Ming Che spoke in a low voice. Big brother, it shouldn't be a problem with Brother Yang's strength, right? Mad Saber glared at Ming Che. I told you to do it, so just do it. Ming Che puckered his lips, but he didn't dare to say anything else and just vanished into the distance. Mad Saber looked up at the direction Yang Yi had left towards. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Once Yang Yi left the hill, he arrived at the foot of Horizon Mountain, and it was where the Unfettered One had fought. It was familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. It was an absurd feeling. Amongst the 3,000 Grand Das, my sword Dao reigns supreme. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. What a sentiment! Suddenly, around a dozen people appeared behind Yang Yi, and they were led by Lin Tian, Liao Fan, and Su Shito. Yang Yi turned around. Liao Fan smiled. Congratulations, Brother Yi. Yang Yi smiled. Thank you. Meanwhile, Liao Fan's smile suddenly turned cold. Brother Yi, leave the inheritance behind and you can leave. What do you think? Yang Yi's smile remained on his face. Do you know how to write the word death? Do you want me to teach you? It's free. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2024. It's a terrible misunderstanding. Lin Tian and Liao Fan's faces turned gloomy when they heard Yang Yi. A cold smile curled up on Liao Fan's lips. Brother Yi, are you that confident? Yang Yi smiled. I am. Liao Fan wanted to say more, but Lin Tian suddenly said, Since you're that confident, then come give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear appeared in his grasp, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi, while stabbing his spear at Yang Ye's face. Yang Yi raised his hand and punched. Bang! Lin Tian was blasted over 300 m back. Liao Fan and the others' faces fell at the sight of this. They were about to attack when a ray of saber energy suddenly tore through the air and entered their group. Bang! Liao Fan and the others were forced to spread out. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw Mad Saber walking over with his younger brother and 3 other young men from the devil race. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. This fellow still came in the end. Mad Saber walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at Liao Fan's group, and said, "Leave them to me. You leave first." Yang Yi wanted to say something, but Mad Saber said, "Don't waste your time on them. There are even stronger opponents waiting ahead." Yang Yi nodded. "Be careful." He transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. "Don't let him get away." Liao Fan spoke abruptly and intended to pursue Yang Yi, but Mad Saber's group appeared before Liao Fan's group. Lin Tian walked over to Mad Saber and spoke in a low voice. "Brother Mad Saber, doing this isn't right." Mad Saber replied indifferently, "Lin Tian, since we worked together previously, let me tell you something. Just stop. You'll still have a great future before you if you stop now." Lin Tian laughed coldly. "Giving up isn't my style." Mad Saber replied, "Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the saber in his grasp. Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and sped up. He didn't stay because he believed in Mad Saber's strength. Mad Saber had come from the dead dimension, so his strength was absolutely not something Lin Tian and the others could compare to. His main objective was to return to the sky dimension and save Yu Jing. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and looked ahead. "Show yourself." The space there trembled, and then it split open before a woman with a sword in hand walked out from there. Yang Yi frowned. "You?" It was Aishio. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You have the sage's inheritance?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." "What? You want to take it from me too?" She fell silent for a moment and replied, "I'd like to try." Yang Yi replied, "Then try." Aishio didn't say anything. She just moved her wrist, and a ray of sword energy tore through the air in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi didn't draw his sword. He just raised his hand and slammed a punch forward. Bang! The ray of sword energy instantly exploded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and shot over 30 m backwards. Yang Yi touched his throat, and there was a drop of scarlet red on the tip of his finger. It was blood. Yang Yi looked up at her. "You're very fast." She looked him in the eyes. "Your reaction is very fast too. However, you may not be so lucky next time." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. She was extremely swift to the point a sword instantly arrived before Yang Yi's forehead when her foot descended to the ground. However, the sword didn't stab Yang Yi's skin because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Their eyes met, and then Aishio suddenly twisted her sword. Yang Yi immediately released it, allowing her sword to continue forward, but Yang Yi moved to the side and made it pass just by his forehead. Aishio reacted very quickly. She twisted her wrist and executed a horizontal sweep. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure bent backwards and avoided that lethal attack of hers. Just like that, one attacked while the other defended. Around 15 minutes later, Aishio suddenly stopped. She stared at Yang Yi and asked, "How?" Since she started fighting Yang Yi, he seemed to be able to predict her every move, causing every one of her attacks to miss and even get countered. Yang Yi shook his head. "You can't take the inheritance from me. Stop my final attack." Aishio suddenly leaped up and arrived above Yang Yi, and then she took her sword in both hands and swung it down. Yang Yi was about to attack when he suddenly frowned, and then he turned around and slammed his fist forward. As soon as he did that, a sword slammed against his fist. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, another sword soundlessly slashed down at him. It appeared very abruptly, and it was like it had always been behind him. Yang Yi's reaction was very quick. He twisted his right foot on the ground, causing himself to stop and spin around before slamming a punch forward. Boom! The sword was obliterated. However, at the same time, a sword appeared on Yang Yi's right, left, front, and back. All of them were descending upon his head. Yang Ye's face fell. He stretched out his right hand, and it only took a moment for an ethereal dragon claw to appear around his right hand. After that, he raised it and waved it around him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded around him, and the swords vanished. Aisho didn't attack again. She stopped and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Are you still going to continue holding back? Holding back? Yang Yi chuckled and replied, Miss Aisho, you're a pretty good person, unlike Liao Dan and Su Shito. Otherwise, you would be a corpse by now. Leave. I need the sage's inheritance for something else. Yang Yi turned around and left. Suddenly, Aisho asked, Who are you? Yang Yi didn't answer her and just vanished into the sky. Aisho remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then she said, He overcame every one of my moves. Yi Yang. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Yi Yang, Yang Yi, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Shed guessed his identity. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was very far away. Yang Yi arrived before the Devil Well. He was about to leave when a voice came from behind him. Young brother, are you going to leave just like that? Yang Yi stopped, and an old man had appeared behind him. The old man had white hair, a very long beard that practically touched the ground. Yang Yi asked, The devil race? The old man nodded slightly. Exactly. Yang Yi smiled. What? The devil race doesn't want it to leave the devil dimension? The old man smiled. Not really. We just don't want it to fall into the sky race's hands. Yang Yi said, Senior, I'm sure you can discern that I'm from the human race. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Young brother, a junior in my clan wants it, so I wonder if you'll be willing to part with it? Of course, I won't take it from you for free. If you're willing to give it to me, I'll owe you a favor, all right? A favor? Yang Yi sized up the old man and chuckled. The favor of a Zen realm expert isn't a small thing. However, I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you. So, you should look for another sage's inheritance. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Young brother, while the inheritance is great, your life is your most precious possession, right? A threat? Yang Yi smiled. Are you threatening me? The old man replied indifferently, You can treat it like that. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. A moment later, his sword shot down. The old man hadn't expected Yang Yi to suddenly attack, and he was slightly stunned. However, his reaction was extremely swift, and Head slapped his palm at Yang Yi's sword at the exact same moment that Yang Yi had attacked. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi and the old man split apart, and they were around 300 m away from each other. The old man looked down at his palm, and there was an extremely deep injury there. The old man's face instantly fell, and a trace of seriousness filled his eyes. He looked up at Yang Yi. I didn't expect you to have been hiding so much strength, and you're even a sword cultivator. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just raised his palm, and a sword appeared on it. The sword started spinning rapidly against his palm, and rays of extremely dazzling sword energy frequently emerged from it. The old man's expression became solemn from the sight of this. At this moment, he sensed a feeling of danger. Go. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and then his sword vanished from his palm. Burial. The sky dimmed down before Yang Yi's attack. The old man was shocked. He overlapped his palms and swiftly slapped them forward. Bang! The space in a huge area shook violently, and then an endless expanse of space cracked open. Hiss! Hiss! A breath of time later, the old man was over 1 kilometer away, and as soon as he stopped himself, his palms were obliterated. Meanwhile, another sword appeared on Yang Yi's palm. The old man hurriedly looked up at Yang Yi and spoke with astonishment. You're Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't conceal it and nodded. So? The old man suddenly moved 300 and back and said, Young brother, this is a misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2025, The G Clan. A misunderstanding? Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. He sized up the old man while quite a weird expression appeared on his face. Is my reputation that great? The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi stop attacking, and then he said, "Young brother, it really is a misunderstanding. I didn't know who you were. If I did, I would have never attacked you." Yang Yi asked, "Why? Why?" The old man laughed bitterly. "Young brother, do you know what your actions in the sky dimension represent to my devil race?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "It's linked to the sky race?" The old man said, "You trampled upon the geniuses of the sky race, and such a magnificent feat is something even the top geniuses of my devil race can't accomplish. So, your name has spread through my devil race. My devil race has no ill intent towards you, and what just happened really was a misunderstanding." Yang Yi asked, "Just because of that?" The old man nodded. "As I mentioned before, my devil race has no ill intent to you. You can leave whenever you wish." It was a display of goodwill from the devil race. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "Farewell." Yang Yi turned around and intended to leave. Suddenly, the old man said, "According to my knowledge, the sovereign of man is targeting you, so it's best to be careful. If you don't have anywhere you need to be, you can stay in my devil dimension. Don't worry, while the sovereign of man is strong, this is the devil dimension." Yang Yi shook his head. "I appreciate that, but I have something to do. Farewell." Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and vanished on the spot. The old man laughed bitterly when he saw Yang Yi leave. He hadn't expected this fellow before him to be Yang Yi. Yang Yi. It was a name that no one in the large universe had never heard of. The main reason Head stopped attacking was because that existence from the devil race had given the order to not offend Yang Yi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The sky race had an enemy with such potential, so it was naturally a good thing for the devil race. Of course, there was another reason, and it was that he wasn't confident in his ability to kill Yang Yi. Not only that, he might even be killed instead. Based on the collision between them just now, Zen Realm experts couldn't stop Yang Yi anymore. The old man shook his head and chuckled. He's much stronger than expected. At the entrance of Devil Well, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and planned to leave. However, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the side. Isn't it just a sage's inheritance? Do so many people have to covet it? A man walked out from the space there. He seemed to be around the age of 20, but he was very young and wore a loose robe. Yang Yi sized up the man. He was very handsome, with bright eyes and snow-white skin. Besides that, his figure beneath his robe was extremely slender. With just a single glance, Yang Yi discerned that it was a woman disguised as a man. She was holding a folding man. Just a sage's inheritance? The woman shook her head and smiled. "Brother Yang, what you just said really makes us all feel embarrassed. Do you know what a sage's inheritance represents? It represents a practically smooth path until the sage realm. Even your charge into the sage realm will be much easier because you'll have all sorts of unique advantages." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "You recognize me?" She smiled. "Of course, who doesn't know you in the large universe?" Yang Yi said, "If you have something to say, then be quick. I'm in a rush." She smiled. "You're probably in a rush to return to the sky dimension and save that friend of yours, right?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "You seem to know quite a bit." She didn't answer him and said, "Brother Yang, do you really think the Sovereign of Sky will release your friend if you give him that inheritance?" She shook his head and continued, "He definitely won't. He won't let you grow. According to my knowledge, he had exposed your whereabouts to the Sovereign of Man. Even if the Sovereign of Man doesn't kill you, you'll die once you get to the sky dimension. Brother Yang, you've offended 2 of the 4 sovereigns. You're quite amazing." Yang Yi said, "I don't have time for you psychological games. Just be frank. Understand?" She restrained her smile. "I want to work with you. It'll help you save your friend, and it'll give you information. You'll always be a step ahead of the Sovereign of Man with my information." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What if I refuse?" She was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to ask this question, But it only took a moment for her to crack a smile. Brother Yang, I was able to find you with such ease. A threat? Yang Yi chuckled. Are you threatening me? She waved her hand. In an instant, 4 black-clothed figures appeared around Yang Yi. All of them were at the Zen realm. She spoke indifferently, Brother Yang. A sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and he waved it at them before pointing it at her. Trust me, I can kill you in an instant, even if you bring 5 more Zen realm experts. She shrugged. I don't believe you. The auras of the Zen realm experts instantly locked onto Yang Yi. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as that happened, the auras around Yang Yi were suppressed, and Yang Yi vanished on the spot. At the moment Yang Yi vanished, the 4 figures vanished as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi was in front of the woman, and 36 ethereal swords appeared around her. The 4 Zen realm experts were around the ethereal swords. At this moment, they didn't dare to move at all. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Do you believe me now? There was no fear on his face. She glanced at the surroundings and smiled, as expected of the number 1 sword cultivator in the large universe. You've even comprehended the sword domain. This should be a sword formation, right? It looks like it's even capable of killing a Zen realm expert in an instant. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Are you trying to tell me that we can work together, but we're equal? Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the swords and sword domain vanished. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. No, I'm trying to tell you that regardless of who stands behind you, don't threaten me. I'm quite an oversensitive person. If someone threatens me, I get agitated easily, and then I want to kill. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. My younger sister doesn't know how to speak. Brother Yang, please excuse her. Yang Yi stopped and looked over. There was a woman there. She had a veil over her face, and she was seated on a wheelchair. An old man with a mask that covered half his face stood behind her. He was holding the wheelchair and slowly pushing her towards Yang Yi. The woman behind Yang Yi hurriedly went over. She was about to speak when the veiled woman shook her head slightly. The other woman fell silent. The masked old man pushed the veiled woman over to Yang Yi. Jiyu, the human race. Yang Yi sized up the woman before him and said, You are much more sincere than your younger sister. She spoke softly. She's young. It limits her knowledge. Please don't mind her. Of course. Yang Yi continued, We can work together, but cooperation depends on sincerity. Now, I've seen a little of yours, so tell me what you want. We can work together if we can come to an agreement. We can go our separate ways if we can't. What do you think? She nodded slightly. All right, Brother Yang. Have you heard of Emperor Xinyuan? Yang Yi nodded. He's an outstanding figure who once led all the races against the god race. The veiled woman nodded. All those years ago, there were 4 supreme clans, and they were the strongest clans in the human race. They were the Xinyuan clan, Jiang clan, Ji clan, and Gue clan. But in the end, the Xinyuan clan rose to supremacy, and the reason for that was mainly that sword. That sword which was forged by over a dozen progenitors. Yang Yi asked, You want my sword? She shook her head slightly. That sword doesn't belong to the Xinyuan clan. She has her own spirit, and shall choose who to follow. If she doesn't choose my Ji clan, then even if my Ji clan obtains her, it'll only be a cause for potential trouble. Yang Yi asked, Then why have you come to me? She replied, Emperor Xinyuan sealed my Ji clan's guardian divine beast, the 5-element Qilin, all those years ago. After his death and the sword precursor vanished, my Ji clan's divine beast has been unable to see the light of day. We did seek help from the sovereign of man, but his requests were too much. My Ji clan wasn't willing to pay such a huge price, so we've come to you now. Yang Yi fell silent. The veiled woman said, It's probably difficult for you to save him from the sovereign of sky on your own. However, if you have my Ji clan's assistance, you'll have at least a 90% chance. If it ends in failure, just forget everything I said. All right? Yang Yi asked, I just have to release that 5-element Qilin of yours? She nodded slightly. Yang Yi fell silent for quite some time before he said, All right, I agree. She said, You can go to the sky dimension first. My G-Clan's experts will be there once you get there. Yang Yi didn't say anything else and just vanished on the spot. But when he left, he shot a glance at the masked old man. Once Yang Yi left, the veiled woman asked, "Uncle Jiang, what do you think of him?" The masked old man fell silent for a while before he said, "Not bad. Our G-Clan will have a great future with him by our side." The veiled woman spoke softly. "What a pity." Everyone here vanished a while later. Right after they left, a black-robed man suddenly appeared here. The man spoke softly. "The G-Clan, this young master is really so difficult. I wouldn't have accepted this damn job if I knew. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2026, Back to the Sky Dimension. The black-robed figure intended to leave after saying those words. Suddenly, the black-robed figure turned around. "Show yourself." The space there trembled, and then the masked old man suddenly appeared here again. The masked old man asked, "Who are you?" The black-robed man replied, "I can't answer that question. But don't worry, I have no ill intent towards your G-Clan." The masked old man remained silent. The black-robed man added, "Actually, I never expected another sage spirit body to appear in your G-Clan. Hee, how interesting." The masked old man vanished on the spot when he heard this. Boom. A moment later, the space in a huge area collapsed. At the same time, everything in a large area was obliterated in an instant. A long time passed before the space here was slowly repaired by the laws of the world. Their gazes met in midair. The black-robed man patted his sleeve and chuckled, protecting her with an expert who's just half a step away from the sage realm. TSK, TSK. Such extravagance. The masked old man glanced at the black-robed man and didn't attack again. Meanwhile, the black-robed man said, "Looks like the G-Clan is planning something huge. But that's fine, it has nothing to do with me. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." The black-robed man vanished. Once the black-robed man vanished, the veiled woman appeared here on her wheelchair. She glanced indifferently at the spot where the black-robed man had vanished, and she asked, "Uncle Jiang, are you able to determine his origins?" The masked old man shook his head. However, he should be linked to Yang Yi because he was following Yang Yi too. The veiled woman nodded. "Uncle Jiang, there's no need to worry. There are some things that'll come no matter what, and as for those that refuse to come, they won't come no matter how you try. So, just go on with life." The masked old man nodded. "Young miss, let's go." They vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left the devil dimension, we went to the sky dimension. However, right when he was about to enter the sky dimension, a mysterious person covered in a black robe appeared in front of him. The mysterious person said, "The G-Clan." Yang Yi sized up the mysterious person and asked, "How are we doing this?" The mysterious person said, "The Sovereign of Sky has sent his forces to guard the entrance. He'll be immediately notified if you enter the sky dimension. We have to use another way to get in." He drew a circle on the ground, and then a faint light blue circle appeared there. A teleportation formation. The mysterious person said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the circle, and Yang Yi didn't hesitate to follow him. It didn't take long for the teleportation formation to tremble violently, and then they vanished on the spot. A long time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. They were above an ocean. The mysterious person said, "I found out that the Sovereign of Man has you Jing locked in the Sky Race's highest security prison, Sky Prison. Even though there aren't any sages guarding that place, there's an expert who's half a step away from the sage realm. We can't go head-on against him." At the same time, Yang Yi and the mysterious person had snuck into Sky City. After they entered the city, the mysterious person said, "My G-Clan will try to draw that half-step sage away from there, and we'll leave the rest to you. It isn't a problem, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "No problem." The mysterious person said, "Come with me." They went to the south of the city, and there was a black hall before them. The mysterious person said, "This is Sky Prison, and it's considered the highest security prison in the Sky Dimension. It holds criminals of the sky race and some experts from the devil race, especially those experts from the devil race. In order to prevent their escape, the sky race sent a half-step sage realm expert to guard the prison. Yang Yi asked, "How will you draw them away?" The mysterious person replied, "We have our ways. Just remember that even if that expert is gone, you must not be careless. Even we don't know the true situation in this prison. However, it definitely has other defensive measures. In short, it's all up to you." The mysterious person didn't say another word and just vanished. Yang Yi waited for around 15 minutes, and then an aura suddenly flashed out from the prison. At the same time, the space in front of Yang Yi trembled, and then a voice came from there, "Go." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to transform into a shadow that entered the hall. The entire hall had been under the divine sense of that expert, but now that had left, Yang Yi was able to sneak into the sky prison without encountering any problems. It was ghastly. That was Yang Yi's first opinion of it upon entering the prison. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it was completely empty. Yang Yi was about to continue forward, but an armored man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. The man scanned the surroundings and frowned. Yang Yi stood completely still on the spot, and even his aura was completely concealed beneath the sword domain. A long time passed before the armored man left. However, Yang Yi still didn't move. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before the armored man appeared again. He glanced at the surroundings and left once more. However, Yang Yi still didn't move. Around 10 minutes later, the man appeared once more, and he scanned the surroundings carefully before leaving. Once the armored man left again, Yang Yi finally continued forward. It didn't take long for him to see many black cages, and they were like iron cages. People were kept within them. Because he was using the sword domain, no one noticed Yang Yi's presence. Yang Yi continued forward while ceaselessly scanning those cages. It didn't take long for him to stop. There was a black cage not too far to his right, and there was a man in it. It was Yu Jing. Yang Yi was visibly relieved when he saw Yu Jing and went over to the cage. However, Yu Jing hadn't noticed Yang Yi's presence. Yang Yi glanced at the cage, and he noticed light flickering throughout the cage. Obviously, it wasn't ordinary. Meanwhile, a sword tapped down lightly against the cage. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy completely enveloped the cage. It didn't take long for the cage to tremble. However, because of the sword domain, the commotion here didn't alarm anyone in the surroundings. However, Yu Jing had noticed it. Yu Jing was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi, and said, "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi shook his head and didn't say anything. He just slowly broke through the cage with his sword. It didn't take long for the cage to vanish before him. Yang Yi said, "Let's go. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yu Jing didn't waste his breath and left with Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to leave the prison safely. However, as soon as that happened, a loud commotion came from within the prison. A furious shout resounded through the sky above the prison. "Seal the surroundings immediately. Don't let a single person or aura go." As soon as the voice resounded, numerous divine senses swept out towards the surroundings. A short while later, Yang Yi said, "Let's go." Yang Yi snuck out of the city with Yu Jing, and they saw the mysterious man outside the city. "Come with me." The mysterious man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi and Yu Jing immediately followed him. In a hall within Sky City, a middle-aged man gazed at the old man down below. "Do you know who it was?" The old man shook his head slightly. "They took that kid of mine, and then allowed him to notify me and draw me away. However, it should have been Yang Yi." The middle-aged man said, "It wasn't just him. Someone was helping." As he spoke, the middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly. "Investigate. Use all our resources. Let me see who it was." Outside Sky City, Yang Yi and Yu Jing followed the mysterious person to a forest, and then the mysterious person gazed at Yang Yi. "Because we helped you, the bases my G-clan has been maintaining for many years throughout the sky dimension have to disappear. So, please remember your promise." As he spoke, he flicked a ray of white light into Yang Yi's forehead. "It's the location of my G-clan. Please make a trip to my G-clan. Farewell." Right? The Sovereign of Sky will probably immediately send the Sky Side to track you down, and it will definitely not take them long. So, it's best if you leave the Sky Dimension as soon as possible. The mysterious man vanished once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his right hand, and a ball of white light appeared before Yu Jing. This is for you. Yu Jing was puzzled. What's that? Yang Yi smiled, a little toy. He patted Yu Jing on the shoulder. Live well? Let's all get together another day. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Yu Jing was stunned for quite some time, and then he gazed at the white ball of light. He flicked it, and it instantly entered his forehead. Yu Jing's figure stiffened on the spot. A long time passed before he opened his eyes, and a middle-aged man appeared before him. It was Yu Jing's father. Yu Jing gazed at the middle-aged man. Dad, do you know what it was? The middle-aged man shook his head. Yu Jing said, the inheritance of an expert from our sky race. The inheritance of a sage. A sage's inheritance. The middle-aged man was stunned. Really? Yu Jing replied. What do you think? The middle-aged man shivered. Yu Jing looked up at the sky, and it was in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards. A long time passed before he said, Dad, would you give a brother of yours the inheritance of a sage? The middle-aged man remained silent. Yu Jing's face gradually turned icy cold. Tell my great-grandfather that his grandson has obtained the inheritance of a sage. However, I have a condition. If he wants me to return to the Yu clan, I want to be the Yu clan's patriarch. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2027, The Sovereign of Sky. Yang Yi left the Sky Dimension, but as soon as he did, he was stopped by 10 men in golden armor. The Sky Race. Yang Yi chuckled. That was fast. Actually, had expected it. Because if he was able to leave just like that, then the Sky Race would really be quite weak. An old man with a spear in hand appeared before the group of golden armored men. A Zen realm expert. The old man sized up Yang Yi. Who's helping you? Yang Yi grinned. Go figure. The old man shook his head. Forget it. You just have to die. He waved his left hand slightly, and then 10 rays of light shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi would naturally not act carelessly against them. They were attained Dao realm experts. Obviously, they'd sent such a force to hunt him because they didn't want to give him any chances. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then around 30 ethereal swords appeared in front of him. The swords crisscrossed to form a net, and they stopped the rays of light shooting at him. After stopping the rays of light, the swords shot towards the old man and the others. They were swift like bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, the old man tapped a finger forward, and his spear shot forward like lightning. In just an instant, spear images covered the sky and shattered Yang Yi's sword energy. At the same time, a spear arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he stabbed his sword forward. Clang! A sharp clang resounded. Both of them immediately spilt apart, and they moved around 300 m back each. As soon as he stopped himself, the old man shot forward again, and a sharp ray of spear energy enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step forward and stabbed once more. Sword and spear collided once more in the most direct manner. Crack! Space shook violently, and then the space in a huge area cracked open. Suddenly, the old man lowered his spear and rose up to the clouds. He raised his hands in midair, and a spar appeared between his palms. A short while later, the spear started trembling while cold light flickered on its tip. Yang Yi looked up at the old man, and then his sword vanished from his grasp. The old man was at the Zen realm, but he was absolutely not an ordinary Zen realm expert. The old man felt extremely dangerous, especially at this moment. Yang Yi knew that he would die if he didn't use his full strength. The old man looked down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, take this. His figure flashed and appeared above the spear, and then he tapped his right foot against it. Swoosh! The old man and the spear shot down like descending lightning. In an instant, The clouds beneath him were torn apart, and even space was torn apart in his wake. A huge path had appeared in space. At the same time, a wave of powerful pressure instantly collapsed the ground beneath Yang Yi, and a huge abyss appeared below him. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a huge ethereal sword appeared within Yang Yi. Sword fusion and burial. It was one of Yang Yi's trump cards, or it could be called his strongest move. A ray of light shot up into the sky. Bang! An explosion surged through the sky. An instant later, space in an enormous area cracked open, and the cracks were spreading rapidly. However, the battle didn't end there. A ray of sword energy and spear energy were flickering incessantly in the cracked expanse of space. Explosions resounded like thunderclaps. Just like that, the battle went on for around an hour. At this moment, Yang Yi and the old man were 300 m apart. Both of them were in quite sorry states. Yang Yi's body was covered in injuries from a spear, but such injuries were nothing to him when he had primordial violet energy. As for the old man, he was covered in injuries from the sword. However, based on his outward appearance, the old man seemed fine. The old man glanced at his spear. It was covered in cracks. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at Yang Yi. "You're really monstrous, but you won't be able to survive past today?" Yang Yi shrugged. "Why don't you try?" The old man tapped his right foot down, and then his figure dived down with his spear stabbing straight for Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge. He tapped his right foot down, and space trembled beneath him as a ray of light out. Bang! An explosion resounded. Two figures were blasted away, and they only stopped after flying over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, the old man tightened his grip on his spear and hurled it at Yang Yi. Hiss! A spear tore through the air while emanating dazzling light, and it was going straight for Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his right hand, and a sword suddenly started floating above it. After that, the sword transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's sword appeared over 200 m away, and its tip was pressed against the tip of a spear. A moment of silence ensued. Crack! The spear suddenly exploded apart, and the sword shot towards the old man. The old man was clearly ready for this, and he slapped his right palm forward. Bang! The old man slapped Yang Yi's sword to a stop. At the same time, he retreated over 300 m back because Yang Yi had appeared before him, and Yang Yi's sword was slashing down in his direction. If he hadn't retreated, he would have had to resist it head-on. If he did that while without a weapon, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yang Yi didn't pursue the old man. He just stopped on the spot while a sword floated before him. The old man glanced at Yang Yi's sword. As expected of the holy sword, there was a trace of ridicule in his voice. The reason Head lost in that collusion was mainly because of the gap in their equipment. Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this, as expected of a Zen realm expert. "Your skin is much thicker than mine." The old man's face instantly became quite unsightly. Because Yang Yi was so strong, Head forgotten Yang Yi's realm of cultivation, or it should be said that Head treated Yang Yi as someone in the same realm of cultivation. Yet now, because Yang Yi had reminded him, he recalled that Yang Yi was a Here Dao realm expert. The Here Dao realm. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The old man's face grew even more unsightly when he thought of this, or it should be said to be solemn. Yang Yi was so strong just at the Here Dao realm. Just thinking about it filled him with terror. At this moment, the old man was truly quite fearful. Yang Yi had to die. As soon as this thought appeared in the old man's mind, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. A moment later, a sword howl resounded by the old man's ears. The old man's expression changed slightly when he heard the sword howl, but his reaction was extremely quick. He waved his hands. In an instant, countless spear images surged out from him like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded. After the old man lost his weapon, he was instantly suppressed by Yang Yi. However, it was obviously not possible for Yang Yi to kill him. Bang! After he blasted the old man back, Yang Yi was about to continue suppressing the old man. However, 10 rays of spear energy shot over from behind him. The other 10 experts had attacked. Yang Yi stopped. He turned around, and a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, the rays of light instantly slowed down. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then 36 ethereal swords appeared in the sword domain. In an instant, the swords shot out, and then rays of light crisscrossed throughout the entire sword domain. The invincible sword domain. It was Yang Yi's AoE sword skill, and he rarely used it because it exhausted too much energy. Even if he was at the Here Dao realm now, he still couldn't endure the consumption from it. However, if he didn't use it now, they would definitely join forces and suppress him. Only rays of light flashed through the surroundings. Just like that, it took around 15 minutes for the rays of light to gradually vanish. At this moment, only 3 armored men were left in front of Yang Yi. The sword domain, combined with his sword formation, had instantly killed 7 attained Dao realm experts. The old man's expression grew even more solemn from the sight of this. After he used the invincible sword domain to kill 7 experts, Yang Yi didn't attack again. He just turned around and vanished into the sky. Leave. Yang Yi naturally planned to leave. It was meaningless to stay. It was quite difficult for him to kill the old man, unless it was a one-on-one battle. However, the old man would absolutely not fight him in single combat. Moreover, the old man may even summon more experts from the sky race. So, it was best to know when to leave. The divine wings appeared on Yang Yi's back, and then his figure attained a speed that surpassed the ability of the naked eye. The reason he didn't use the divine wings frequently was that it exhausted too much energy. So, if he wasn't confident in his ability to kill his opponent, then he would be killing himself if he used the divine wings. The old man's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi flee. Don't let him escape. Pursue him. As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 of them vanished on the spot. However, it didn't take long for an extremely unsightly expression to appear on the old man's face. It was because Yang Yi was too quick. At this moment, he couldn't sense Yang Yi's aura anymore. Suddenly, the old man looked up at the sky, and he visibly relaxed. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the distant sky. Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he noticed that the old man's group hadn't chased after him. However, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and he was looking coldly at Yang Yi. The Sovereign of Sky. Yang Yi stopped. I didn't expect you to do it yourself. The Sovereign of Sky spoke indifferently. Let me see who can save you today. Yang Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from the side. Let me see how you'll kill him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2028. My young miss wishes to meet with you. The Sovereign of Sky's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the voice, and then he slowly turned to look. Who was it? That was the first question that came to mind for Yang Yi. Just like the Sovereign of Sky, he turned to look. Both of them saw a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. However, the middle-aged man's figure was ethereal. Yang Yi was stunned at the sight of him. Yang Yi knew this fellow. It was that fellow who had given him the weapon path's inheritance that day. What's he doing here? Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The Sovereign of Sky slowly clenched his fists. The man was clearly not here with his main body, but the man still felt unfathomable to the Sovereign of Sky. The middle-aged man ignored the Sovereign of Sky and gazed at Yang Yi, surprised. Yang Yi nodded a little. The middle-aged man said, I came here for 2 reasons. The weapon path is having a competition between the 6 lines, and the winner will get a true mantra from our ancestor himself. It isn't very useful to me, but it's very useful for you. Once you have it, even a sage won't be able to kill you in an instant. It's like a talisman that'll keep you safe. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I refuse? Refuse to participate? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. We are the only ones left in the slaughter line. If you refuse, then are you telling me to participate? He glanced at the Sovereign of Sky and continued, Of course, if you're really unwilling, no one can force you. Right, I'm feeling a little dizzy, so I may have to leave. Good luck. The middle-aged man turned around and walked away. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched, and then he hurriedly said, Actually, I've wanted to go have a look at the weapon path for a long time. Now that I have an opportunity, how could I possibly let it slip by? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. I'm not forcing you, right? Yang Yi shook his head. Not at all. I'm doing it out of my own free will. The middle-aged man nodded. Good. Right. The second thing is that I want to tell you a piece of bad news. Yang Yi frowned. Bad news? The middle-aged man asked, Did you help a monkey in the past? Brother monkey? Yang Yi nodded. Why? Why? The middle-aged man spoke angrily. How much did you drink to interfere in the business of those baldies? Do you know what that monkey did at the Buddhist path? He killed a few geniuses of the Buddhist path. Moreover, he even obliterated the reincarnation of one of the Buddhist progenitors. The enmity between them really won't end until one of them dies. Yang Yi frowned. What does that have to do with me? The middle-aged man answered, They had a chance to capture that monkey because the Buddhist progenitor acted against the monkey. However, in the end, the monkey escaped because someone helped him. That person was you. Now, because the monkey's actions have truly infuriated the Buddhist path, they won't let you go either. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The middle-aged man added, Right, that isn't the worst news. There's one more. The entire weapon path knows of your existence, especially the prediction line. Many fellows who call themselves geniuses are prepared to kill you. It can't be helped. The enmity between our lines is very deep. Now, only the two of us remain, and they dare not come looking for me, so they naturally plan to get you. Yang Yes' face darkened. The middle-aged man said, Don't tell me that you're afraid. Yang Yi glanced at him and replied, A little. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man puckered his lips. Don't be afraid. Just kill all of them. Yang Yi was speechless. You're from the weapon path. Suddenly, the Sovereign of Sky spoke abruptly. The middle-aged man gazed at the Sovereign of Sky. Sovereign of Sky, just leave. I'm serious. You can be considered to be an expert here, but if you force my main body to come here, then it'll definitely kill you. Kill me? The Sovereign of Sky's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you that confident? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Not to mention you. Besides that cripple who has lived for countless years, who else in your sky race can I kill? The Sovereign of Sky's expression changed. You know him. The middle-aged man replied, To be honest, I really can't act against you here for certain reasons. After all, your sky race has the Tao path behind it. Even if I don't give the sky race face, I have to give the Tao path some face. Moreover, I can't break the rules. However, if I kill you to save this kid, then the Tao path will probably not come looking for trouble with me. The Sovereign of Sky gazed at Yang Yi. Looks like your background isn't ordinary, huh? Yang Yi shrugged. Everyone has some support. The Sovereign of Sky glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. We'll meet again. He turned around and left. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, Sovereign of Sky, let me say a little more out of consideration for Shao-Chi. There isn't much enmity between me and the sky race, but if you continue looking for trouble with me, then it'll definitely kill you. The Sovereign of Sky spoke indifferently. I look forward to that. He vanished on the spot. He isn't a weakling. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, Kid, don't be careless. Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Right. How's the monkey? The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not sure. However, he should be in a very bad situation right now. The Buddhist path has sent its 12 arhats and 4 vajra. However, that monkey is quite amazing, so he won't die that easily. Yang Yi asked, Is that existence from the Buddhist path not helping them? Help them? The middle-aged man chuckled. Those old fellows have more important matters to attend to. As far as they are concerned, this is just small-scale conflict, and they don't care about it at all. Unless the Buddhist path suffers a threat of annihilation, they will not show themselves that easily. It's like bandits appearing in the realm of a kingdom. Do you think the emperor would personally set out to deal with them? Yang Yi was speechless. The middle-aged man flicked a ray of light into Yang Yi's forehead. That's the location of my weapon path. Come in 6 months. Remember that if you don't come, they'll become the laughingstock of the weapon path, and if that happens, hee. His laughter was filled with ill intent. Yang Yi asked, "What if an accident happens? Don't even think about trying something." The middle-aged man said, "You were lucky that I just happened to be here when you were in danger. I'm a busy man, so I don't have time to be your bodyguard. Good luck. If you really die, I'll have an excuse and can avoid becoming a laughingstock." Bastard. Yang Yi's face darkened. He really wanted to beat up the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said, "They'll be waiting for you there." He vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent. The weapon path. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Had just gotten out of one problem and had fallen into another. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he vanished on the spot. The human dimension. Yang Yi went to the human dimension. However, to avoid trouble, he concealed himself beneath a robe. He didn't want to be pursued the moment he stepped into the human dimension. While he didn't fear it, it was a huge waste of time. The Ji clan. Yang Yi traveled according to the map given to him by the mysterious person, and he arrived at Eastern Abyss Prefecture. Because the Ji clan was here, Yang Yi walked swiftly through the boundless mountain range, and it didn't take long for him to stop, because he noticed something off about the surroundings. While it looked very real, it wasn't. The surroundings weren't real at all. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then his sword domain swept out. As soon as that happened, the surroundings underwent a tremendous change. At this moment, he was actually in an ocean of flames, and the rock beneath his feet was the only rock here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Is this how the Ji clan entertains its guests? Of course not. A voice resounded. This is one of my Ji clan's defensive formations. The reason we didn't remove it was because we didn't know Brother Yang was coming. Moreover, we're certain that based on your strength, this formation is nothing to you, right? Nothing? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. See this sword? It's said to be capable of destroying any formation or barrier. If your Ji clan doesn't want this formation anymore, then I can help you destroy it. A moment of silence ensued, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "My young miss wishes to meet with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the surroundings returned to normal. Besides that, a door appeared in front of them. They entered the door, and there was a completely different world behind it. There was a mountain in front of Yang Yi. It wasn't that tall, and he could faintly notice some luxurious palaces on its top. Numerous strands of white energy were floating around the mountain, and birds were frequently soaring up from the mountain top. It seemed like an immortal paradise. The Ji clan. Yang Yi followed the middle-aged man to the mountain top, and he arrived within a small city. The city could be described as being very small, and it couldn't hold more than 100,000 people. Yang Yi glanced at the people here. All of them were cultivators, and none of them was weak. Most importantly, their natural talent was much better than the people in the outside world. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before an estate. As soon as he arrived, its doors opened, and then a woman walked out. It was the younger sister of Ji Yu, the veiled woman. She walked over to Yang Yi. "My sister is a little busy, so she can't welcome you herself. I hope you don't mind." Yang Yi said, "It's fine. Can you get me a quiet place?" She glanced at him and smiled. "Of course." "Sicilian. Who's that?" Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and then a handsome man in a luxurious robe walked towards Yang Yi and the others. The woman in front of Yang Yi suddenly said, "This is Brother Yang, a guest of my older sister's, right? He's a very important guest." "Huh." The man gazed at Yang Yi. "May I know which clan you're from?" Yang Yi replied, "The Yang clan." "The Yang clan?" The man frowned slightly. "I've never heard of it." Yang Yi replied, "It's just a small clan." He gazed at the woman as he spoke. However, she had no intention of leading the way, and she smiled. "Brother Zhenghua, Brother Yang isn't ordinary at all. My older sister has a very high opinion of him." "Is that so?" The man gazed at Yang Yi and sized up Yang Yi. The woman planned to say more, but Yang Yi suddenly took a step in her direction. "Kid, listen well. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. and am not interested in your little tricks. If you continue trying to sow discord and create trouble, then I'll show you how red blood is. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2029. Lacking a part of the soul. Even though Yang Yi didn't know why she was doing this, he didn't want to waste time on her. He was only here to return a favor. The woman's expression became quite unsightly when she heard this. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so direct. Of course, she was even more furious that Yang Yi didn't give her any face. In her life, it was the first time she'd encountered someone who refused to give her any face. As for the man, he was quite displeased. He walked over to Jillian and stood in front of her before looking Yang Yi in the eyes. After that, he swung a slap at Yang Yi's face. If it hit, Yang Yi's teeth would be smacked out of his mouth. Yang Yi would naturally not let the man hit him, and he just swung a punch instead. Bang! Zhang Hua was instantly blasted over 300 m away. Once he stopped himself, he looked down at his right hand, and he noticed that the bones in it had shattered. Zhang Hua's expression instantly became ferocious. He looked up at Yang Yi and said, "So you're a body cultivator." He was about to attack after he finished speaking. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Stop!" Yang Yi looked over, and he saw Ji Yu approaching in her wheelchair, and the masked old man was behind her. Zhang Hua didn't attack again. He spoke solemnly. "Miss Yu," he insulted. Ji Yu shook her head slightly and interrupted him. "Young Miss Jiang, please go take a rest. They'll deal with the matters here." Zhang Hua's face became quite unsightly. Ji Yu gazed at him. "What?" Zhang Hua glanced at Yang Yi and left. Jillian wanted to leave too, but Ji Yu suddenly said, "Lianer, go think about your actions." "Oh." She glared at Yang Yi and vanished into the distance. Once they left, Ji Yu gazed at Yang Yi. "My sister is young, and she can't forget what happened that day. That was why she acted like that. However, she doesn't hold any ill intent towards you, so I hope you don't mind." Yang Yi nodded. "It's nothing." Ji Yu replied, "That's good to hear. Please come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she left Yang Yi to the right, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a bamboo forest. There was a small river behind the bamboo forest. Its water was so clear one could see its bottom, and there was a bamboo house behind the river. Ji Yu said, "This is where I usually meditate. It's very quiet, so you can stay here for now. Don't worry, no one will disturb you here." Yang Yi said, "When are we going to unseal that divine beast of your clan?" She replied, 3 days. "Well, set out in 3 days." Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked over to the bamboo house. Suddenly, Ji Yu said, "Brother Yang." Yang Yi turned to look at her. She said, "Brother Yang, my Ji clan may not be the only clan there when the time comes." Yang Yi was quite puzzled by this. "Huh?" She explained, "It's a place owned jointly by the 4 clans. So, the members of the other clans may be there too." "And?" Yang Yi asked, "Are you afraid that he'll enter into conflict with them?" She nodded slightly. "One of the clans is on the sovereign of man's side." Yang Yi smiled. "I don't offend unless offended." Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Ji Yu fell silent for a short while, and then she left with the masked old man. In the bamboo house, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a bamboo chair, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. He went to the 2nd level, and Zier was still lying unconscious there. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky and asked, "How is she?" Little Sky spoke softly. "I checked her carefully, and I noticed that her soul is gradually recovering, and her body is fine too." However, Yang Yi asked, "What?" She said, "I noticed that she is lacking a part of her soul. The most important part too." Yang Yi's face instantly turned gloomy. Was it the sovereign of Sky? Little Sky shook her head. "I'm not sure. It may be an issue that occurred while separating Xiao Qi's soul from her body. So, you have to ask Xiao Qi." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Little Sky replied, "If I did, you wouldn't have left the Sky Dimension, right?" Yang Yi fell silent. Little Sky said, "Your strength isn't sufficient now. so you can't fight the entire sky race at all. That's why I could only wait for you to leave the sky dimension before telling you. I was afraid you'd act rashly and give your life away. Yang Yi spoke softly. I understand. Don't worry, I won't go looking for him until I'm confident enough. Little Sky nodded and said, once Zir is awake, I want to return to Merak's system to have a look. Yang Yi gazed at her. They'll go back with you. She grinned. All right. After chatting with Little Sky for some time, Yang Yi started cultivating. He was at the Here Dao realm now. While his strength was on par with some Zen realm experts, and he would even kill them, his cultivation was still too low. He had to continue improving himself. Time trickled by, and a month passed in the primordial pagoda. Throughout this month, the only thing Yang Yi did every single day was cultivate and play with Snowy. Something worth mentioning was that Snowy had grown larger. Besides that, her fur was even whiter than before. It was like frost now. Snowy didn't know why this had happened. Yang Yi asked Little Sky, and the latter's explanation was that Snowy was on the verge of advancing. Advancing? Snowy was a sprite lord. A sprite lord like Snowy wasn't just a lord in one area. She was a sprite lord in the entire universe. All the universes only had goodwill towards a being like Snowy. Sprite lords could advance too. However, she didn't know much about sprite lords. Because while there had been a sprite lord in Merak's system, that sprite lord had left Merak's system. Moreover, Snowy was unlike other sprite lords. She was a sprite lord hood grown up while bathing in primordial violet energy. Once he heard Little Sky, Yang Yi looked down at Snowy who'd fallen asleep in his arms and chuckled. I wonder how she'll be after she advances. Yang Yi really looked forward to Snowy's future. 3 days had passed. Yang Yi passed Snowy to Little Sky and left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi took a deep breath once he left the bamboo house. While he hadn't advanced in the last month, had gained quite a bit. These gains were mostly an improvement in his mental state, because Head gained some comprehensions after watching the battle between that sage and the unfettered one, and Head used the last month to absorb all of it, and then he gained even more comprehensions. While these comprehensions couldn't immediately improve his strength, they were absolutely beneficial to the improvement of his sword Dao. It was a huge gain. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Suddenly, the masked old man pushed Jiyu towards Yang Yi. Jiyu asked, Brother Yang, are you ready? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, any time. She nodded slightly. Then come with me. The old man started pushing her away, and Yang Yi immediately followed them. It didn't take long for them to leave the city. There was a middle-aged man outside the city. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, the Ji clan's patriarch, Ji Wuyun. Yang Yi cupped his fist. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, I'll leave it to you. Yang Yi said, it's my duty. The middle-aged man nodded and gazed at Jiyu. Be careful. Jiyu replied, there's no need to worry. The middle-aged man didn't say another word and just waved his right hand. A moment later, a carriage shot down from the sky and descended before them. It was huge, and it could accommodate at least 100 people. Moreover, it was being pulled by dragons. Yang Yi glanced at them. They were black dragons, and they were at the Dao realm at least. Yang Yi glanced at Ji Wuyun, and he knew that the Ji clan was definitely not ordinary since it could make dragons willingly pull their carriages. Jiyu suddenly said, Brother Yang, please come with me. Yang Yi didn't refuse and entered the carriage, and then he casually found a place for himself. Meanwhile, Jiyu entered as well. However, the masked old man didn't come with her. Jiyu said, Uncle Jiang will be driving us. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Jiyu's wheelchair. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Miss Jiyu, what's wrong with your legs? She chuckled. I can't feel them due to certain reasons. Yang Yi said, I'm quite good at healing. Do you want me to try? She spoke softly. Even a sage once tried to help me. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Oh. Yang Yi didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, she said, however, you can try. Yang Yi asked, didn't you say even a sage failed? She smiled. You're not an ordinary person. Perhaps there'll be a miracle? In any case, you can try. I won't lose anything, right? He smiled. You have a very good mentality, and you're a very casual person. You're not ordinary at all. She grinned and didn't say anything. Yang Yi stood up and walked over to her, and then he gazed at her legs. Her expression remained normal, and she didn't seem bothered at all. Yang Yi didn't seem bothered either. He just placed his hand on her leg, and then primordial violet energy flowed out slowly. It didn't take long for primordial violet energy to enter her legs, and then a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away by a wave of energy. Boom! The entire carriage shook violently. Yang Yi stood up slowly, and then he noticed to his shock that his hands had exploded apart. Blood was flowing incessantly from them. Besides that, a huge, multicolored bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and it was shooting straight for the carriage. Yang Yi was stunned when he sensed it. What have I done? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2030. I'm truly speechless. The multicolored bolt of lightning shot down from above, and it was shooting down at the carriage. The powerful natural might it contained was simply capable of obliterating everything. Suddenly, the masked old man shot up into the sky, and a ray of light shot swiftly towards the bolt of lightning. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, but the lightning still hadn't vanished. Moreover, it had sped up. The old man frowned. Meanwhile, Jiu placed her hands on her legs, and then she exerted strength. Faint violet energy suddenly seeped out from her legs. It was the primordial violet energy which Yang Yi had given her. As soon as the primordial violet energy left her legs, the multicolored bolt of lightning suddenly vanished. The world here was calm once more as well. The carriage door suddenly sprung open, and the old man shot a glance into the carriage. Once he saw Ji was fine, he glanced at Yang Yi before leaving. Yang Yi asked, "What was that?" She grinned, but there was self-ridicule in it. Heaven's envy. Heaven's envy? Yang Yi frowned. I don't really understand. Ji explained. The heavens envy someone when that person is too outstanding in some aspect. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Really? I didn't know there was something like that. She nodded slightly and gazed at the violet energy that was floating before her. Brother Yang, this violet energy of yours isn't ordinary. Yang Yi replied, Unfortunately, it couldn't help with your injuries. Ji shook her head. No, heavenly wrath was called down upon us because it worked. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Yang Yi glanced at her legs and didn't say anything. It was the first time Head encountered something like this. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Ji, is there no way to resolve it? Of course there is. She smiled, but I can't do it now. Perhaps I may be able to in the future. Yang Yi asked, Why don't the heavens envy me? Ji was slightly stunned, and then she asked, You want the heavens to envy you? Yang Yi shook his head, No. I just think that I'm quite outstanding. Ji was speechless. After chatting for a while, it suddenly fell silent in the carriage. Yang Yi noticed that the carriage was much faster than Head ever imagined. A day later, the carriage stopped. Yang Yi and Ji opened their eyes at the same time. They exchanged glances and left the carriage. A green mountain, white clouds, and a small town. If they looked forward from the carriage, there were a few obscure mountains far away at the ends of their vision. Below the mountains was a town, and there was smoke curling up from it. It seemed like a village. Yang Yi gazed at Ji. What's this place? Ji replied, A small paradise. Unlike the so-called 10 great paradises in the outside world, this is a true small paradise that's protected by numerous sages. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Brother Yang, this place is protected by sages, and its inhabitants are mostly ordinary people. While they don't hate outsiders like us, they don't really welcome our presence either. So, please remember that fighting is prohibited here, especially to outsiders like us. If you break the rules, you'll have to endure the rage of a sage. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. Ji felt much more at ease when she got that promise from Yang Yi. After all, He wasn't a good person at all, and she was afraid that he would act rashly here. At that time, everything she'd done would be for nothing. The three of them entered the town. Some of the town's residents merely shot a glance at Yang Yi's group before minding their own business. Yang Yi scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, most of the people here were ordinary people. Of course, some weren't. However, they had no fluctuations of profound energy, and they purely cultivated the body. Meanwhile, some clamorous noise came from the side. They turned to look. They saw a middle-aged woman scolding a little girl around the age of 5. "You little uncouth bitch. Tell me, did your mother tell you to come steal from me? Tell me, did she?" Before the middle-aged woman was a little girl with a ponytail. Her clothes were old and worn, and there were quite a few holes and patches on them. However, her clothes were very clean. She had her hands behind her body, and there was a steamed bun with meat filling in her grasps. She was holding desperately to it, and it had even been squashed under the pressure of her grasp. The middle-aged woman continued, as expected of a bitch with no father. "You're stealing at such a young age. You'll turn out horribly when you're older. That vixen you have for a mother has such a seductive face. It's obvious that she's a whore who's been with 1,000 men." The little girl suddenly looked up at the middle-aged woman and spoke in a slightly timid voice. Don't insult my mother." Slap. The middle-aged woman suddenly slapped the little girl, and the little girl tumbled backwards to the ground. However, she still held tightly to the bun in her grasp. The middle-aged woman seemed to show no intent to let the little girl go. She walked over to the little girl and continued, "You bitch. You'll be just like your mother. You'll definitely. Brother Yang, let's go." Meanwhile, Jiyu spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged woman and the little girl, and then he asked, "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" She shook her head slightly. "The people here aren't cultivators, and they have their own lives. If we interfere, they'll get tainted by our karma, and it isn't a good thing for them." Yang Yi chuckled. "I don't think the same way. I don't care about karma. All I care about is my heart. I can't watch such a thing and stand by idly when I have the strength to do something about it." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Jiyu remained silent. The middle-aged woman was about to curse more, but Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her. He flicked an immortal crystal over to her. "I'll buy that bun for her. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." The woman was stunned, and then she glanced at the immortal crystal in her grasp. A moment later, she suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and cursed, "You bastard! You're actually trying to trick me with a loud rock? Do you think?" Slap. Suddenly, a palm descended upon her face, and a loud slap resounded as her figure dropped to the ground. Yang Yi hadn't exerted much strength, so her face had merely swelled up, and there was no danger to her life. The woman was quite stunned, but it didn't take long for her to recover from her shock. As soon as that happened, she jumped up and pounced at Yang Yi while shouting madly, "You fucking bastard! How dare you hit?" Her voice stopped abruptly, because a hand had clamped down upon her throat, and it raised her up slowly, and her face instantly turned purple. Suddenly, Jiyu said, "Brother Yang, you must not kill." Yang Yi ignored her and looked the woman in the eyes while ghastly killing intent flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiyu spoke again. "Brother Yang, you promised." Yang Yi suddenly released her, and she dropped to the ground. Once she caught her breath, Yang Yi thought she would charge at him, but he hadn't expected her to sit on the ground and wail, "How can a man hit a woman?" A man hit a woman. Everyone. Just look at him. Yang Yi was speechless. The woman cried as she shouted, "There's no reason left in this world. Nothing at all. Heavens. Open your eyes and take a look at this." Yang Yi shook his head. "In my entire life, I've had countless enemies, but you're the only one who has made me so speechless." More and more were coming to look. Meanwhile, Jiyu suddenly walked over to her and flicked a fist-sized piece of gold to the woman. The woman immediately stopped speaking when she saw the gold, and then she took it and ran. Yang Yi shook his head and turned around to look at the little girl. She had a round and chubby face, and she looked quite cute. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly started running to a house behind her. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. It was like a house with nothing but four walls. There were only a few pieces of furniture, and an old and worn-out bed was at the corner of the room. A woman was lying on the bed, and she had an extremely pale countenance. She seemed very weak. However, based on the shape of her face, she was a beautiful woman in the past. At this moment, the little girl had raised the bun to the woman's lips. "Mom, Mom, eat, eat." Meanwhile, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't look at the little girl, and she looked at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi frowned because he felt like she could see through him, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, she suddenly stretched out her hand and spoke softly. "Come." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked over. She suddenly grabbed his hand, and then placed the little girl's hand in Yang Yi's grasp. "Young man, her name is Tian Xiu, and she's the last descendant of my clan. Once I go, she definitely won't be able to survive without anyone to take care of her. So, please let her go with you." Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the woman's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "As compensation, I'll tell you something about yourself." Yang Yi asked, "What?" She looked him in the eyes. "You have no previous life, and you have no future life either." Yang Yi was puzzled. Suddenly, the woman looked behind Yang Yi and said, "A treasure of absolute evil. Its evil soul is about to take form. Young man, you're in grave danger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2031. The Gue Clan. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression was extremely solemn. This weak woman before him was actually able to see the evil treasure that was following him. If what she said before seemed like she was being deliberately mystifying, then what she said now allowed Yang Yi to realize that she was no ordinary person. The evil treasure. It was something that practically only sages could detect. Was she a sage? She didn't really seem like one, because she wouldn't be in this condition if she was. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and spoke solemnly. "Who are you?" The woman shook her head slightly. "Young man, I don't know if it's the heavens' plan or just a coincidence that we met here, and you chose to interfere. However, it isn't important." She gazed at the little girl, Tian Xiu, and said, "Show her. Our clan was born to defy the heavens, and so the heavens reject us. It isn't our fault. Remember that every being in this world has its own life. And when you want to help someone, you can ask your heart for the answer. If you really want to help, then do it. Just follow your heart. Understand?" Tian Xiu raised the squished bun to the woman's mouth. "Mom, eat this. You'll get better after eating it. It's really tasty." The woman grinned and took a small bite. "Besides that, you must listen to your big brother over there. He didn't turn a blind eye just because you were ordinary, and he showed sympathy instead. This proves that he's a good person who stays true to his heart. So, you can trust him. Understand?" Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly started crying. "Mom, are you going to abandon me?" The woman stroked her face lightly and said, "Show her, when you grow older, you must remember that everything I did today was done so willingly. I don't regret anything. My greatest wish is to see you alive and well." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Young man, there's too much karma coiled around you, and two types of them are existences that even I can't see clearly." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a thumb-sized pearl appeared before Yang Yi. "It's called the Rebirth Pearl. Perhaps a day and time will come when I'll be able to help you." She suddenly looked up at the ceiling and spoke softly. "If the heavens want someone's death, that person has to die." Words that defy the heavens. They are so ignorant and laughable. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to sense her lifespan vanish rapidly. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before using primordial violet energy on her. However, Yang Yi was shocked to notice that as soon as it touched her, the primordial violet energy actually turned back and returned to the primordial pagoda. It wasn't the woman who'd refused it, it had been the primordial pagoda. It refused to save her. It was the first time this had ever happened. Meanwhile, she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Don't be surprised, it's saving you." It doesn't want some things to target you. Young man, they'll leave Tianxiu to you. You only have to protect her until she's 18. Once she's 18, she'll protect you. The woman took her last breath once she finished speaking. She was dead. Yang Yi looked at Tianxiu. She didn't cry and just gazed at the woman on the bed. Yang Yi sighed softly and patted her head. He was about to speak when she looked up at Yang Yi. Big brother, can you help me bury Mom? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. At a mountain outside the town, Yang Yi stood before a grave. There was a little girl by his side, and she was kneeling by the grave. Just like that, she knelt there for over 2 hours, and then she suddenly kowtowed 3 times. Mom, Shoer is going now. Shoer will be back to see you. She stood up and walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head and took her hand before walking off. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against the grave. Boom! The grave was obliterated. Yang Yi looked up at the sky while gloominess covered his face. You won't even let the dead rest? He received no reply. Tianxiu was staring blankly into the distance. A short while passed before she looked up at the sky and spoke softly. Big brother? Why? Yang Yi fell silent. Why? She gazed at Yang Yi and asked again. Yang Yi spoke softly. Big brother can't answer you. However, you can go ask it yourself in the future. Stand before it and ask it. But you can't do that now. Understand? Tianxiu nodded and didn't say another word. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Stay in the town for now. I'm going to deal with some things, and then he'll come back for you. Tianxiu looked up at Yang Yi. Big brother, you don't want me to follow you? Yang Yi shook his head. No, it's just that where I'm going may be dangerous. Tianxiu said, Shoer isn't afraid. Yang Yi shook his head and said, All right, big brother will take you somewhere else. There's a little fellow in there. You can play with her. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and sent her into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy stared at the little girl who had just appeared before her, and the latter was doing the same. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, You're Snowy. Snowy blinked while surprise filled her eyes. She seemed to be asking how Tianxiu knew. Tianxiu looked up at the sky. There's something looking at me from up there. It doesn't seem to welcome me here. Snowy glanced up into the sky. She blinked, and then waved her claws slightly. Tianxiu spoke softly. Really? Snowy hurriedly nodded. Tianxiu said, Then we're friends. You protect me now, and I'll protect you in the future. Snowy cracked a smile. The naive Snowy didn't know that her kindness today would give her the support of an extraordinary expert in the future. In the future, Snowy merely had to wave her claw, and the worlds would tremble before her. Just like that, Snowy had a new friend, and it didn't take long for the 2 little fellows to start playing together. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. In the town, Jiyu was still waiting on the spot. Yang Yi said, I'm sorry for making you wait. She nodded slightly. It's fine. It's not a problem at all. Have you dealt with everything? Yang Yi nodded. She smiled. Brother Yang, you're a man who really follows his heart in everything. However, that little girl is probably not ordinary, right? Yang Yi replied, Miss Jiyu, you've made this complicated for no reason. Actually, most things are very simple, and it only becomes complicated because of impure intentions. Jiyu fell silent for a moment and said, I see. Yang Yi said, Let's go. She nodded slightly, and the 3 of them continued forward. They remained silent all along the way, and it didn't take long for them to leave the town and arrive before a mountain behind the town. The ground there was flat like a mirror. Jiyu spoke softly, Brother Yang, wait a moment. A few more people will be here soon. Yang Yi gazed at her. You invited others? She shook her head. Within this paradise is another world. Actually, the reason those sages chose to create this paradise here is because of the smaller natural paradise here. It's owned by all 4 clans, so all 4 clans have to join forces to access it. Yang Yi nodded. Then let's wait for them. Time trickled by. Around 2 hours later, a young man suddenly walked over from afar. He had a sword on his back, and small golden words were embroidered on his chest. Xinyuan. Yang Yi glanced at the man and moved his gaze away. He didn't have a good impression of the Xinyuan clan. After all, it had come to look for trouble with him that day. The man stopped when he arrived near them, and he said, "Xinyuan Yin." Jiyu nodded slightly. Jiyu. They fell silent upon greeting each other, and none said another word. Just like that, 4 hours passed before another man arrived. He wore a luxurious robe and had hair that hung down to his shoulder, and he seemed very unrestrained and carefree. He glanced at Jiyu and Xinyuan Yin before he said, "Jiangpa." Jiyu and Xinyuan Yin nodded and introduced themselves again. Only one clan from the 4 clans remained, the Gue clan. Around another 2 hours passed, but the expert from the Gue clan still hadn't arrived. Jiangpa suddenly said, "The Gue clan is always so slow." Jiyu grinned. "I'm sure they got delayed by something. It's fine, let's just wait a while longer." Jiangpa nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. "Who's that?" Yang Yi was about to speak when Jiyu said, "Ji, my cousin. He's here to have a look." "Oh." Jiangpa sized up Yang Yi. "Since the Ji clan allowed you to come, you're definitely not anyone ordinary." He suddenly chuckled. "I'm quite curious. Which one of you will take control of the Ji clan in the future?" Jiyu smiled and didn't answer him. Yang Yi would naturally not say anything. He was merely here to help Jiyu, so he was just doing what she wanted for now. Time trickled by, and another hour passed before a voice suddenly resounded. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." Along with the voice, a black figure appeared at the center. The figure was completely pitch black like a shadow, and its appearance couldn't be seen at all. Suddenly, the black figure gazed at Yang Yi. "Have we met? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2032. Why don't you try? Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi when they heard him. Yang Yi frowned slightly. "You've met me?" The black shadow suddenly asked. "What's your name?" Yang Yi replied, "If you haven't, then just forget it." The black shadow fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiyu suddenly stepped forward. "Since we're all here, let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her right palm, and a fiery red pearl appeared there. It floated up slowly and stopped in midair. Xinyuan Yin, Jiangpe, and the mysterious black shadow revealed pearls each as well, and those 3 pearls seemed to have been drawn by something. They floated up and formed a circle with Jiyu's pearl. As soon as they converged together, the ground below them shook violently, and then the ground here suddenly cracked open. It wasn't just the area below their feet. Even the mountain in front of them gradually cracked open. The world around them was undergoing a tremendous change. It didn't take long for the base of the mountain to crack open and reveal a city. Jiyu waved her hand lightly, and her pearl flew back into her grasp. After that, she gazed at the others. "Let's go." She gazed at the old man. "Uncle Jiang, just wait for us here." The masked old man nodded slightly. "Be careful." Jiyu nodded, and then she started walking slowly towards the city with the others. It didn't take long for them to arrive before its gates, and there were 3 words inscribed there with black lettering: Sky Capital City. So this is what Sky Capital City looks like. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Yin spoke abruptly. "It isn't like what I imagined." Jiangpa added, "Indeed." Jiyu grinned. "Good luck, everyone. They'll be leaving first." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "There'll be trouble, you brother Yi." Yang Yi nodded and started pushing her towards the side. Meanwhile, Jiangpa suddenly said, "What the heck is the Ji clan up to? They sent 2 people. He's probably not from the Ji clan." Meanwhile, Xinyuan Yin said, "However, that makes this even more mysterious. He isn't from the Ji clan, but they are willing to let him come here with her. Is he her lover?" He shook his head, chuckled, and vanished into the distance. The black shadow and Jiangpa fell silent for a short while before vanishing. Yang Yi pushed Jiyu forward according to her guidance. She spoke softly while they traveled. "This place is where our clan's ancestors perished, including Emperor Xinyuan. He came here too when he died. So, this is our ancestral grave." Yang Yi asked, "It isn't that simple, right?" Jiyu smiled, "Of course. It's a place that only the patriarchs and future patriarchs of the 4 clans can come to. We come here to receive our ancestors' inheritance. This will be a turning point in our lives. Yang Yi said, the Ji clan's divine beast. She spoke softly. You'll see it very soon. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a river, and Ji Yu asked him to stop before it. Yang Yi looked up. There was a white palace further ahead. Ji Yu gazed at the palace and spoke softly. Descendant of the Ji clan. Ji Yu is here to see you, ancestor. I'm injured, so I can't bow. Please forgive me. Suddenly, an ethereal figure floated out from the palace. It was an old man. The old man gazed at Ji Yu, and then surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. That's the sacred spirit. She nodded slightly and seemed to be admitting something. A smile appeared on the old man's face. The heavens are good to my Ji clan. Meanwhile, his gaze descended upon Yang Yi. You're not from my Ji clan. Suddenly, surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. Interesting. You're not ordinary. Meanwhile, Ji Yu said, the sword supreme is in his possession. He's here to help me. The old man gazed at Yang Yi again. You have the sword supreme? Yang Yi nodded. The old man asked, can I have a look at it? Yang Yi didn't refuse and flicked it over to the old man. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through the old man's eyes. It really is that sword. A short while passed before the old man chuckled. Emperor Xuanyuan's strength instantly rose far above all of us because of this sword. Even gods found its might difficult to resist. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, Senior. If Emperor Xuanyuan was that strong, why did he fall in the end? The old man gazed at Yang Yi. In the past, there was a hunter, and he had a hunting dog. The hunting dog helped him kill many of his prey. However, in the end, he killed that hunting dog of his. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed because there was a lot of information in that metaphor. Meanwhile, the old man spoke softly. Emperor Xuanyuan died because he was too strong. If he wasn't that strong, perhaps he would still be alive. Of course, he wouldn't have died if he was a little stronger too. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to break through his limits. So, he died. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man flicked the sword back to Yang Yi. This sword is a powerful weapon, but it may inflict harm on its owner. Kid, be careful. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you for the warning. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Ji Yu. Come with me. He vanished into the sky. Ji Yu gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang, wait a moment. Yang Yi nodded, all right. Ji Yu didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly enveloped her, and then she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and sat down cross-legged. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy was playing with Tianxiu. Tianxiu seemed to have become much livelier after she met Snowy, and she wasn't that quiet anymore. Yang Yi could see that she really liked Snowy, and she really treated Snowy as a friend and not a pet. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Yi, and then she flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder and rubbed her head against Yang Yi's cheek. Yang Yi smiled as he rubbed Snowy's head, and then he walked over to Tianxiu and spoke softly, Do you like it here? Tianxiu hesitated for a moment and replied, I like Snowy. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi's smile stiffened slightly, and then he looked up at the sky. Actually, he could sense that the primordial pagoda didn't really welcome her, and he didn't know the reason for that either. However, he knew that Tianxiu was definitely not an ordinary person, and she may have made the primordial pagoda feel threatened. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and rubbed her head. That's good. Don't worry, just play happily here. You can tell me if you want to eat anything. They'll bring it for you. Really? Tianxiu looked up at Yang Yi with a clear pair of eyes. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. Of course. Tianxiu said, I want a steamed bun. Yang Yi smiled, all right. Once I'm done here, I'll get you a lot to eat until you're satisfied. Tianxiu nodded, and then she seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Snowy. Are you going to have some? Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. She seemed to be asking what steamed buns were. Yang Yi thought for a moment and explained, It's a type of food. However, I don't know if you'll eat it. Snowy hurriedly nodded to indicate that she would. Snowy eating steamed buns. It was quite an amusing thought to Yang Yi. After playing with Snowy and Tianxiu for a while, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and looked up at the White Palace. There were no signs of activity coming from it. Yang Yi started cultivating in meditation. Just like that, 3 days passed before the palace doors opened, and then Ji Yu appeared before Yang Yi. She spoke softly. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Yi sized her up. At this moment, she was a little different, but he couldn't put a finger on it. Yang Yi didn't think further about it and asked, "What now?" She smiled. "Please come with me." Ji Yu waved her right hand at the river, and it split towards the sides. Yang Yi glanced down, and he saw a bottomless abyss below the river. Ji Yu said, "I'll leave it to you." Yang Yi nodded and walked over to her, and then he started pushing her down the river. Yang Yi asked, "It's down below?" She nodded. "Since the holy sword vanished, my Ji clan's divine beast has never seen the light of day for countless years." Yang Yi asked, "It hasn't undergone any huge changes to its personality, right?" She smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Yang. It's a divine beast, not a ferocious beast. It's gentle and won't try to harm others unnecessarily." Yang Yi nodded. "That's good to hear." They sped up their descent, and it didn't take long for them to reach the ground. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a circular platform not too far away. There was a 300 long pillar of white light on it, and Yang Yi could faintly see the outline of a colossus within it. Ji Yu spoke softly. "That's it." Yang Yi was about to speak when a ray of red light suddenly flashed out from behind Yang Yi. It was extremely swift and instantly entered the pillar of white light. "Ow!" An instant later, shrill cries resounded from the pillar of white light. Both of them were stunned on the spot. A moment later, Yang Yi was about to attack when an ethereal face suddenly appeared before him, and it cracked a smile and said, "Don't even think about it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2033, A Sage. Don't even think about it. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and swing it. However, his sword stopped around half an inch away from the face and couldn't descend further, no matter what. The face laughed with ridicule. "You would be dead if it wasn't for that thing you possess." The face suddenly vanished once it finished speaking. The shrill cries in the pillar of white light had vanished. Only blood could be seen in there. The entire pillar of white light had been transformed into a blood-red pillar of light. Ji Yu remained silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi was silent too, and his face was quite gloomy. A long time passed before Ji Yu spoke softly. "What was that?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "An evil treasure." That evil treasure which had been watching him in secret had finally shown itself. An evil treasure? She gazed at Yang Yi. The type of evil treasure that was born with this universe? Yang Yi nodded. "It should be." Ji Yu spoke softly. "No wonder." Yang Yi gazed at her. "What?" She spoke in a low voice. "Treasure of extreme evil like it are extremely hostile towards divine beasts and natural spirits, and they can be considered to be mortal enemies." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What about sprite lords?" Ji Yu gazed at Yang Yi. "Those are mortal enemies amongst mortal enemies. Even though all of them are living beings born from this world, they are on completely different paths. Just like people have a good side and bad side. Mortal enemies." Yang Yi's face had turned extremely gloomy. "Snowy. I can't let Snowy come outside anymore. She's a sprite lord, and her combat ability is practically non-existent. If that evil treasure suddenly attacks..." Yang Yi's face grew even gloomier. It hadn't shown itself in the past, nor had it attacked anyone in front of him. Yet now, it dared to attack, so it represented that it had grown stronger. Ji Yu suddenly asked, "How did you offend it?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "By accident." He gazed at the blood-red pillar of light. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to suddenly attack. That divine beast." Ji Yu shook her head. "Perhaps this is its fate." Yang Yi didn't know what else to say. The Ji clan had lost a divine beast because of him. Even though it was the evil treasure, it was he who'd brought it here. "Brother Yang, don't worry about it." Meanwhile, Ji Yu suddenly spoke softly. As I said, this may be its fate. Moreover, you didn't do it intentionally. So, let's just forget it and leave. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pushed Ji Yu along as he floated up slowly. Yang Yi's gaze was fixed on the blood-red pillar of light as they ascended. In the past, he didn't really pay much attention to the evil treasure. Yet now, the facts before him told him that it was much more terrifying than had ever imagined. It didn't take long for them to leave the river. Meanwhile, the Ji clan's ancestor appeared before them. Yang Yi asked, "Senior, you noticed it earlier, right?" The old man nodded. Yang Yi asked another question. "Why didn't you stop it?" The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. "How would I? If I were still alive, then it would naturally not do anything before me. However, kid, you must understand that I'm dead, and I should be happy if it doesn't come looking for trouble with me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man said, "I came here to tell you that ordinary people can't deal with something like it. Even a supreme sage can't destroy it. I noticed that you possess the Tao Path and Weapon Path's inheritances, so you should go to them. I think that they should be able to deal with it for you." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Kid, my Ji clan's divine beast was killed. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. "Senior, I don't have another divine beast." The old man smiled. "How about this? You came here to repay a favor. However, you weren't able to save my Ji clan's divine beast. So, I want to ask you to replace it, but you'll continue owing my Ji clan a favor. All right?" "A favor?" Yang Yi was speechless. "Ancestor." Suddenly, Ji Yu said, "Don't make things difficult for young Master Yang." The old man smiled. He didn't say a word and just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. "I should. Miss Ji Yu. While I didn't do it on purpose, it was my fault. Just as this senior has said, I'm willing to owe the Ji clan a favor. If the Ji clan needs my help in the future, I won't refuse if it's within my ability." The old man smiled when he received Yang Yi's promise. He glanced at Ji Yu and said, "Little girl, the Ji clan's future is in your hands." He vanished on the spot. Ji Yu gazed at the palace for a long time, and then she said, "Brother Yang, let's go." Yang Yi nodded and pushed her away. Outside the city, Yang Yi and Ji Yu saw Xinyuan Yin. Surprise flashed through Xinyuan Yin's eyes when he saw them. "Miss Ji Yu, you're this fast too?" Ji Yu grinned. "Brother Xinyuan, you're much faster." Xinyuan Yin smiled. "That fellow from the Gue clan was even faster." "Is that so?" Ji Yu nodded and didn't say anything. Xinyuan Yin smiled and said, "Miss Ji Yu, farewell. They'll see you again during the meeting of the clans." As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuan Yin was about to leave, but all three of them suddenly looked towards the side. A robust man was walking towards them. The man's figure was extremely robust. Just his arm was as thick as Yang Yi's waist, and he was carrying a huge iron hammer on his shoulder. Ji Yu and Xinyuan Yin frowned at the sight of him. Meanwhile, the masked old man appeared behind Ji Yu, and he had an extremely vigilant expression on his face. The man ignored them and arrived before the city walls. He glanced at it and said, "This thing should have been destroyed a long time ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the hammer forward. Xinyuan Yin was fast, and he immediately appeared before the hammer. An instant later, the sword on his back shot up into the sky, and it stabbed straight at the iron hammer. However, an extremely powerful wave of energy surged out from the iron hammer as soon as Xinyuan Yan's sword stabbed it, and Xinyuan Yan's sword was instantly blasted into bits. At the same time, Xinyuan Yin was blasted away, and he was blasted all the way out of their fields of vision. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The iron hammer slammed against the city walls. Boom! The city walls around the city crumbled, and only 4 palaces remained within it. They were on the 4 corners. There were numerous thin barriers of light around the palaces. Obviously, they were formations. Suddenly, Ji Yu asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged glanced at Ji Yu, and then a wave of energy swept towards her. Meanwhile, the old man behind Ji Yu suddenly appeared in front of her, and he overlapped his palms before pushing them forward. Boom! However, Yang Yi and Ji Yu were astonished to see the old man blasted away, and he flew almost 3 kilometers before he finally stopped, and the ground crumbled beneath his feet. A mouthful of blood sprayed from the old man, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. The Sage Realm. The Sage Realm? Yang Yi's pupils constricted. The man before them was actually a sage. A sage. Yang Yi was naturally quite shocked. It was the first time Head met a living sage. The middle-aged man didn't answer the masked old man, and he looked towards the White Palace on the left. I presume that's Emperor Xuanyuan's grave. You're lucky to have been able to rest peacefully for so many years. The middle-aged man tapped his finger forward, and a strand of bright lightning surged forward. Boom! The palace exploded into pieces. After it was blasted into bits, a ray of white light floated out from it, and an ethereal figure could be faintly seen within it. An instant later, a voice resounded, "A surviving bastard." The middle-aged man laughed coldly and tapped once more. Bang! The white light exploded apart. Once he shattered the white light, the middle-aged man turned around and left. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious shout came from far away in the sky, and then a huge palm tore through the sky and clawed at the middle-aged man. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this, and he took Ji Yu along with him as he retreated over 10 kilometers away. The middle-aged man had a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his lips, and he just raised his hand and slammed his fist forward. Boom! The might of his punch instantly obliterated the huge palm in the sky. Meanwhile, a white-haired old man appeared in the sky. There was faint white light around the old man. A sage. Another sage. 2 sages were here. The white-haired old man stared at the middle-aged man. "You're not a sage of my human race, nor are you a sage of the sky race. So who are you? Why have you destroyed the tomb of my Xinyuan clan's ancestor?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "Does it make a difference? Let's just fight." The middle-aged man shot up into the sky. Suddenly, a voice resounded deep within the sky. "This is my territory." Along with this voice, a wave of powerful pressure rained down from the sky. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the entire world here fell silent. After that, an old man in linen robes walked over slowly from afar. A sage. Another sage. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2034, Chapter 2034. 1-on-1 with a Demon King. 3 sages. Yang Yi hadn't expected to see so many sages at once, and all of them were alive. The old man in linen robes had stopped. He glanced at the people here, and then his gaze stopped on the middle-aged man. "You've broken the rules twice." The middle-aged man replied indifferently, "I have no intention to destroy this place, but there's some enmity I have to get even on." The old man looked the middle-aged man in the eyes. "This is my territory." The middle-aged man gazed at the old man without showing any weakness. It's not easy to attain the sage realm. It would be such a pity to die. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You seem very confident in yourself." The middle-aged man didn't waste his breath and just flicked a strand of white light into the old man's forehead. A long time passed before the old man's figure trembled slightly, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man and spoke with astonishment. "You." The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "Say it if you want to die." The old man didn't say anything and just left. Yang Yi and Ji Yu exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. What was it that made a sage leave? It was naturally impossible for them to find out the answer. The middle-aged man glanced at the white-robed old man in the sky. "The Xinyuan clan? Humph. Don't worry, we'll meet again soon." The middle-aged man turned around and left, and the white-robed old man didn't stop him, because just the white-robed old man wasn't sufficient to stop a sage from leaving. The white-robed man was silent for a long time, and then his divine sense swept the surroundings. To be more precise, he was searching for the sage in linen robes. He wanted to ask about the middle-aged man's true identity, but he noticed nothing. The old man frowned. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in his mind. I want to live a few more years, so you should leave. I refuse to interfere in the enmity between both of you. The white-robed old man's frown deepened. A long time passed before he waved his right hand, and a figure flew over to him. It was Xinyuan Yin, who'd been blasted away earlier. While Xinyuan Yin wasn't dead, his bones had shattered completely. A wisp of gloominess flashed through the old man's eyes, and then he vanished on the spot with Xinyuan Yin. Meanwhile, Jiyu suddenly asked, "Who was that?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know. But Miss Jiyu, you should be careful from now on, because I feel that something major is about to happen in the world." Jiyu nodded slightly. My ancestor said the same. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Miss Jiyu, I must take my leave now. If you need something, feel free to let me know." Yang Yi immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. He was extremely swift and took a mere instant to vanish from Jiyu's field of vision. Jiyu gazed at the masked old man. "Uncle Jiang, are you all right?" The masked old man shook his head slightly. Jiyu spoke softly. "So many sages showed themselves today. Looks like the world isn't going to be quite peaceful anymore. I wonder who will rise in these chaotic times and who will fall." The old man didn't say anything in response. Jiyu spoke softly, "Let's leave." The old man nodded, and then he pushed Jiyu away. Once Yang Yi left the town, the space before him suddenly trembled, and then Yang Ye's face fell. After that, a ray of light flashed below his feet, and then a ray of light vanished into the sky. The demon dimension. Yang Yi raised his speed to his limits. He was rushing to Spirit Monkey Mountain. It was because Black Ape had sent him a voice transmission that something had happened. Or to be more precise, something had happened to the monkey. At Yang Ye's full speed, it only took less than half a day for him to get there. As soon as he arrived, Yang Ye's face fell because countless demon beasts were all around Spirit Monkey Mountain, and they'd completely surrounded the mountain. Yang Yi flashed over to the mountain. As soon as he arrived there, Black Ape appeared before him and said, "Something happened to my ancestor." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "What happened?" Black Ape replied, "According to the information I received, a Buddhist progenitor took action, and it may not have been just one. They've repressed my ancestor." Yang Yi asked, "They didn't kill him?" Black Ape shook his head. "They want my ancestor to submit. Or I should say that they want him to become their representative in our world and strive to gain benefits for the Buddhist path. However, based on my ancestor's temper, that's clearly impossible." He was repressed. Yang Yi fell silent. He naturally had a good impression of the monkey. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called the monkey brother. However, it was obvious that the monkey's actions had been quite impulsive, even more impulsive than him. At the very least, he wouldn't fight to the death, and he would run if he was no match. But the monkey clearly hadn't fled, and that's why they were able to subdue him. Yang Yi asked, "What about those fellows outside?" Black Ape spoke in a low voice. "It's the Skywolf clan. Obviously, they'd received news about what happened. They want Spirit Monkey Mountain to submit to them. Otherwise, we have to leave Spirit Monkey Mountain." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "Leave Spirit Monkey Mountain?" Black Ape nodded. "Our ancestor chose this place all those years ago, and it has the best spirit veins and natural landscape in the area. There were naturally no demons who dared to covet it while my ancestor was still here. Yet now..." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand. Come, let's go have a look. They're very strong." Black Ape continued. "Even though that Demon King isn't a sage, he's a peak Zen realm expert." Yang Yi said, "It's fine. My reinforcements will be here soon." Black Ape was stunned. "You have reinforcements?" Yang Yi smiled. "Of course. Who doesn't have a few friends?" Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the outside. At the foot of Spirit Monkey Mountain, a ray of sword energy suddenly descended before the demon beasts. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Alwu. Furious howls resounded. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Tell your demon king to show himself." Suddenly, a black wolf leaped up and pounced at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss! That wolf was instantly sliced into two, and blood accompanied by internal organs sprayed all over the ground. The demon beasts before Yang Yi became furious when they witnessed this. All of them howled in unison and charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step back, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it. Hiss! A brilliant ray of light flashed, and then a few dozen demon beasts at the front of the group were sliced into two. The other demon beasts didn't dare to charge again once they witnessed this scene. Even though they were extremely fierce, they were clearly afraid. The human before them wasn't someone they could fight. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out from behind them. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi frowned. "You recognize me?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Why wouldn't I? You're the #1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our large universe." He glanced at Spirit Monkey Mountain and continued, "Yang Yi, you can't protect Spirit Monkey Mountain. Leave now and I won't act against you, because someone else will come for you." Yang Yi smiled. "Brother Monkey asked me to take care of Spirit Monkey Mountain before he left. How can I leave now when it's in trouble?" The middle-aged man said, "Looks like you want to die. That's fine. I can use you to gain a favor." The middle-aged man vanished on the spot. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. His figure only stopped after it slammed against the mountain wall, and Spirit Monkey Mountain shook violently while countless huge rocks rolled down from it. The middle-aged man waved his hand lightly and placed them behind his back. He gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently, "You aren't really able to take a beating." Yang Yi coughed, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi chuckled and gazed at the middle-aged man. "As expected of a demon king, you're extraordinary indeed. Come, try this attack of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised his palm, and a sword floated above it. The sword started spinning swiftly, and rays of light seeped out incessantly from it. An instant later, the sword vanished from Yang Yi's palm. At the same time, the middle-aged man clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! As soon as his fist shot forward, a sword stabbed against it. The powerful force they carried caused the surrounding space to crack open, and the middle-aged man was pushed over 300 m back. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of the middle-aged man, and he slapped the sword's hilt. Bang! The middle-aged man was pushed another 300 m back. Right when Yang Yi intended to follow up with another attack, the middle-aged man slammed his left palm forward. Bang! It was Yang Yi and his sword that flew away this time. The force behind this slap had blasted Yang Yi against the mountain wall again. The middle-aged man chuckled. Too young. As soon as he finished speaking, he planned to attack again, but his expression suddenly changed, and then he turned around and slammed a punch forward. Bang! The middle-aged man was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer back. At the same time, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. "Long time no see, kid." Chapter 2035. The Pagoda's Spirit Showing Goodwill. A familiar voice. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked over. There was a familiar figure over there. Qiongqi. It was Qiongqi. However, it was clearly not Qiongqi's main body, and it was just a clone. Yang Yi smiled. "You're seen me in a sorry state." Qiongqi replied, "A sorry state? Kid, it's extraordinary for you to be able to exchange 2 blows with a demon king at your age and cultivation. If you can even kill a demon king, then we old fellows would have been living for nothing, right? So, be content." Yang Yi rubbed his nose and smiled. "No matter what, thanks for coming." He'd sent Qiongqi a voice transmission on the way to Spirit Monkey Mountain, because he was very well aware that his own strength wasn't sufficient to deal with a demon king. It was a real demon king. Qiongqi nodded and gazed at the middle-aged man. "Demon King Xiaotian, I'll just be frank. Either leave or fight me." The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "Qiongqi, are you really going to interfere?" Qiongqi replied, "It can't be helped. I know this kid, so I have to help." Xiaotian said, "Qiongqi, I'm sure you understand that I'm not the one who wants the destruction of Spirit Monkey Mountain." "I understand." Qiongqi continued, "Leave and say that I helped. I presume they won't blame you once they hear that. All right?" Xiao Tian fell silent for a short moment and replied, Qiongqi, they say your strength is in the top 5 amongst the demon kings of our demon race. Since I've been lucky enough to meet you today, I'd like to seek guidance from you. Qiongqi nodded. All right. Qiongqi leaped up and appeared high above in the sky. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man vanished into the sky as well. It didn't take long for explosions to resound through the sky. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There were many fine cracks throughout it. It was the result of his battle with Demon King Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's strength far surpassed his. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he spoke softly, Looks like I must strengthen my body further. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded far away in the sky, and then the entire world here trembled. A short while later, Xiao Tian and Qiongqi appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Both of them seemed fine from the outside. Xiao Tian glanced coldly at Qiongqi and said, Qiongqi, you'll regret what you did today. Trust me. Xiao Tian left once he finished speaking. After Xiao Tian left, all the other demon beasts here left like a receding tide, and it didn't take long for them to vanish from Spirit Monkey Mountain's territory. Once Demon King Xiao Tian and his army left, Yang Yi gazed at Qiongqi. Are you all right? Qiongqi shook his head slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. Kid, are you really going to protect the Spirit Monkey clan? Yang Yi nodded. I promised that monkey, so I naturally have to do it. Qiongqi sighed softly. If that monkey is fine, then no one would dare to touch this place. Yet now, something has definitely happened to him. Qiongqi paused for a moment and continued, Kid, the Buddhist path is definitely standing behind that fellow, Xiao Tian. Getting swept into this isn't a good thing for you at all. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I've already been swept into it. Qiongqi shook his head. You're such a troublemaker. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qiongqi spoke seriously. If you really want to protect the Spirit Monkey clan, I suggest that you lead them out of the demon dimension. Otherwise, even if Xiao Tian has left now, there will be an endless string of demon kings that come in the future. Yang Yi nodded. All right, I'll think of a way to deal with this. Qiongqi nodded. I'll stay here for now. Spirit Monkey Mountain will be fine while I'm here. Yang Yi said, Thanks. Qiongqi replied, Don't mention it. After chatting with Qiongqi for a while, Yang Yi returned to the cave behind the waterfall and sat down cross-legged. Recuperate. The injuries he'd suffered just now were quite serious, and that was why he still hadn't recovered until now. With the help of the primordial pagoda, Yang Ye's injuries were almost completely healed after some time, and then he immediately summoned the Sky Dragon. Merge. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Merge fully with me. His fight with a demon king allowed him to realize that his physical body was actually weak like a piece of paper. While it was mainly because of the huge gap in their cultivations, he had to admit that his body was too weak. The Sky Dragon spoke solemnly. I was planning to do that too. Yang Yi nodded. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Dragon transformed into a ray of white light that entered his forehead. In an instant, Yang Ye's body trembled violently, and then his face started to warp slightly. Pain. Merging with the Sky Dragon was an absolutely painful process, and it didn't just affect the body. The pain came from the soul too. Just like that, time trickled by, and Yang Ye's expression gradually returned to normal. However, his aura had become quite chaotic. Snowy and Tianxiu were standing not too far away. Tianxiu was holding a white steamed bun in each of her hands, and she passed one to Snowy. Eat. Yang Yi had bought them for her before leaving the town. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Snowy glanced at the steamed bun in her hand. Snowy blinked, and then she lifted up a steamed bun with both claws, raised it to her nose, and sniffed it. It doesn't really smell that good. Snowy gazed at Tianxiu with a questioning gaze, and Tianxiu took a bite out of her steamed bun and said, It's tasty. Snowy blinked, and then she raised the bun to her mouth and took a small bite. It didn't take long for her eyes to open wide, and then she took another bite. Tianxiu asked, Is it tasty? Snowy hurriedly nodded, and then she quickly finished her steamed bun. Tianxiu asked, Do you want another one? Snowy stretched out her little claw, and Tianxiu passed another bun to Snowy. Just like that, Snowy grew fond of steamed buns. A short while passed before both the little fellows sat down and stared at Yang Yi. Snowy pointed at Yang Yi and seemed to be asking how long more it would take for Yang Yi to be done, because they'd finished all their steamed buns, and they needed Yang Yi to go buy more. But Yang Yi was cultivating, so they clearly couldn't disturb him. While she was mischievous, she knew how to differentiate between the severity of things. Tianxiu spoke softly. It probably won't take long. It has been 3 days now. Snowy nodded, and then she sat on Tianxiu's shoulder. Tianxiu didn't stop Snowy. Suddenly, Tianxiu looked up at the sky, and she clenched her little fist. I have no ill intent towards you. Snowy shot a glance towards the sky and blinked with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly said, Big Brother is a good person, so I won't harm him. I promise. Snowy hurriedly nodded and promised as well. A short while passed before Tianxiu withdrew her gaze and looked at Snowy. She seemed quite lonely in the past. No one in the town played with me. They said I was my father's bastard. Snowy, you're the first one who's willing to play with me. Snowy cracked a smile and rubbed Tianxiu's head gently. She didn't know what difference doing that made, but every time she was mischievous or unhappy, Yang Yi would rub her head. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, Snowy, I'm quite worried. Snowy waved her claws lightly. Obviously, she was asking what Tianxiu was worried about. Tianxiu spoke softly. I saw a completely red thing following Big Brother, and it frequently reveals a terrifying smile. Snowy's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly said, Snowy, you must not go outside. That red thing is staring at you too. Right. She looks at you the same way you look at steamed buns. It's horrifying. Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at Yang Yi. She was saying that they had Yang Yi. Tianxiu hesitated for a moment and said, I think Big Brother isn't a match for her now. Snowy's smile stiffened slightly. She hesitated for a moment and pointed upwards. Obviously, she was talking about the primordial pagoda. Tianxiu looked up and said, It should be able to defeat her. However, I don't think it can go outside. So, you absolutely can't go outside. Snowy seemed quite depressed because if she couldn't go outside and play, it would be really boring here. Suddenly, Tianxiu grabbed Snowy's paw and said, Don't worry. Mother said that something within me will awaken once I'm 18. At that time, then those existences in the world, right? I think they're called gods, Buddhas, and all other living beings won't be able to kill me. Even though I don't really understand it, I think I'll be extremely amazing. She gazed at Snowy and continued, Do you know what they all are? Snowy shook her head and pointed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was saying that Yang Yi did. Tianxiu nodded. I'll ask Big Brother later. Right, you don't have to worry. If I do become powerful, I'll protect you. She suddenly looked up at the sky and said, You've allowed me to stay here, so I'll protect you in the future too. All right? Snowy looked up. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and then a small golden pagoda appeared before Snowy and Tianxiu. Snowy blinked and patted the pagoda lightly, and the latter didn't refuse it. The small golden pagoda floated over to Tianxiu, and then it started spinning slowly and moved up and down like it was nodding. Tianxiu smiled slightly for the first time. She patted it gently and said, All right, let's make a pinky promise. Oh, you don't have fingers. The small golden pagoda knocked Snowy lightly. Snowy understood what it meant and hurriedly stretched out her pawn. Tianxiu hooked her pinky on Snowy's pinky. Pinky promise for 100 years. The small pagoda shook slightly and seemed to reveal a trace of unusual emotions. On the tuned level of the primordial pagoda, a weak voice suddenly resounded there. The pagoda is showing goodwill. Impossible. Who is she? Chapter 2036. Are you surprised? Chapter 2036. Are you surprised? Yang Yi suddenly took a deep breath. Snowy and Tianxiu immediately gazed at him, and the small pagoda instantly transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. Snowy blinked. She didn't really understand why the pagoda left. Yang Yi stood up. Huff. A mouthful of foul air floated out from him. Yang Yi looked down at his arms, and then he closed his eyes. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then a huge ethereal white dragon appeared behind him. At the same time, faint white light coiled around Yang Yi's body. The white light was light armor that covered Yang Yi's body. Head merged with the sky dragon. At this moment, Head merged completely with it. After he merged with it and was strengthened by it, his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. Currently, his body was much stronger than it had been. It could be said that an ordinary Zen realm expert would find it absolutely difficult to harm him. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flew over to Yang Yi and started waving her claws swiftly. It didn't take long for a weird expression to appear on Yang Yi's face. "You want to eat steamed buns?" Snowy hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flew over to his shoulder, wrapped her paws around his neck, and rubbed her face against him. Yang Yi chuckled, rubbed Snowy's head, and said, "Isn't it just steamed buns? You can have them to your heart's content." Snowy's chubby face was immediately covered with a brilliant smile. After playing with Snowy and Tianxiu for a while, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, a woman appeared in the cave. Yang Yi spoke softly, "You're here." She nodded. "I've been here for a day. I didn't disturb you because I noticed you were cultivating." It was Yang Lianshuang. Yang Yi had notified her and asked her to come here before he started cultivating. He had no other way to deal with the Spirit Ape clan, but he knew that Yang Lianshuang would definitely have an idea. She was no ordinary person, so she was definitely doing something in the human dimension. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "They have to leave the demon dimension." Yang Yi nodded. "Do you have a place in mind that they can go to?" Yang Lianshuang grinned, "Of course. Moreover, I need them. Giving them a place to stay won't be a problem. But what about you? Where do you plan to go?" "Me?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "I plan to travel to the weapon path." "The weapon path?" Yang Lianshuang frowned. "You're already planning to get swept into fights at that level?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "It can't be helped. That fellow threw me in a trap, so I have to go." Yang Lianshuang nodded and said, "Right. Based on the information I received recently, it seems like something major is about to happen. It may even be linked to the 4 top clans." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "The main reason is the God race." "The God race?" Yang Lianshuang's pupils constricted slightly. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Lianshuang, don't tell anyone about what I'm about to tell you. Just make preparations yourself. The God race has shown themselves, and they are coming for revenge. When the time comes, all the races will have no peace. You must be careful and avoid getting swept into it. Even if you are swept into it, don't let yourself become someone else's sacrifice. Understand?" Head decided to tell her about it, because he was afraid that she would be caught off guard when the God race attacked. Yang Lianshuang spoke in a low voice. "I see." Yang Yi said, "Just be careful. If it's necessary, you can contact me, or Nether Maiden's group. I'm sure that they'll help you too. You should worry about yourself." Yang Lianshuang smiled. "You're famous throughout the large universe right now, and countless people wish to kill you." Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, Black Ape walked in. Yang Yi said, "Senior, this is a friend of mine. You can trust her. Take the others and go with her. She'll make arrangements for all of you." Black Ape nodded slightly, and then slight hesitation appeared on his face. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Black Ape said, "I know that my request is a little too much, but I still want to ask. Young brother, your future is limitless, and you'll definitely be extraordinary in the future. If you have the ability, please save my ancestor in the future." Yang Yi nodded. "I will." Black Ape was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to agree so easily. Yang Yi said, "Brother Monkey and I can be considered to be friends. Since something has happened to him, it's only right that I lend him a hand. Of course, I'm naturally no match for the Buddhist path right now, and going would be no different than giving my life away. But don't worry, if I have the ability in the future, I'll definitely lend him a hand." Yang Yi chuckled and continued, "Actually, you don't have to worry. I'm certain the Buddhist path won't be able to trap someone like Brother Monkey for a long time. Moreover, he doesn't seem like a fool, so you should be a little more optimistic." Black Ape nodded. "No matter what, thank you." Yang Yi replied, "Now, let's set out immediately. The faster we leave this place, the better. I'll go make the arrangements." Black Ape left once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "I want to ask Qingshi and the others to help me." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Huh?" She grinned and said, "I've made an organization in the human dimension, and I need some people to help me manage it. Qingshi and the others are well suited for that. What do you think?" Yang Yi was quite hesitant because he was worried about their safety. Yang Lianshuang added, "You don't have to worry about their safety. I don't plan to do anything that'll shock the world, so no one will pay attention to them. Moreover, staying with me is definitely much safer than staying with you. Right?" Yang Yi replied, "I want to ask their opinion about it." She replied, "Of course." After chatting for a while, Yang Lianshuang left. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. A day later, Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang led a group of demon beasts away from Spirit Monkey Mountain. Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang led the group, while Qiongqi followed from the sky. Yang Yi had asked Qiongqi to escort them because his intuition told him that their journey may not be that safe. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the border between the demon dimension and the human dimension. 1,000-Mile Mountain. 1,000-Mile Mountain was the border between the human dimension and demon dimension. As for why it was called 1,000-Mile Mountain, it was because the mountain range was practically boundless. It was one of the forbidden areas for humans because if any human entered the demon dimension without authorization, that person would definitely stay forever in the demon dimension. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's group to stop. A middle-aged man had appeared not too far ahead, and it was Demon King Xiaotian. "I'm here to send all of you off." Xiaotian spoke indifferently, "You don't mind, right?" Meanwhile, Qiongqi appeared not too far away from Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, don't go too far, and it may save your life. After all, that monkey isn't dead. So, what if he comes back?" Xiaotian replied, "Qiongqi, who doesn't understand that? The problem is that since I've chosen my side, I can only go on this path until the end, right?" Qiongqi spoke in a low voice, "You can't stop us." Xiaotian nodded. "I'm naturally incapable of that while you're here, Qiongqi. However, what if you include us?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a robust bearded man appeared before them. Besides him, there was an old man with a long beard. Black Ape's face fell at the sight of this. "Demon Kings. 2 more Demon Kings." Qiongqi glanced at the robust man and said, "Earth Dragon." He gazed at the old man and continued, "Grand Rock. What? Both of you plan to get mixed up in this too?" Earth Dragon spoke indifferently, "Qiongqi, allow me to be honest. You can't keep them safe. A Buddhist progenitor took action, so that monkey will never come back alive. If you're sensible, you'll leave now, and we won't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, this mountain range will probably become your grave." "My grave?" A wisp of viciousness flashed through Qiongqi's eyes. "Earth Dragon, I wonder who gave you the confidence to dare act so arrogantly before me. If you have the ability, come fight me one-on-one. Do you dare?" Earth Dragon's face turned quite unsightly when he heard Qiongqi. One-on-one. Amongst the 12 demon kings of the demon race, there were definitely those who were capable of defeating Qiongqi, but there were no more than 3 existences like that, and that was while the monkey was excluded. Because while the monkey was considered a demon king, he hadn't obtained the acknowledgement of the entire demon race. However, based on his temper, he had no need for the acknowledgement of others. "Qiongqi." Meanwhile, Xiaotian suddenly said, "We don't want to become enemies with you. So why become enemies with us for a human? Leave, and we'll all coexist peacefully. Isn't that good?" Qiongqi grunted coldly, "Cut the crap. Since you want to stop us, then just come at me. I too would like to find out if I've grown stronger in these years." Xiaotian nodded, and then he gazed at Earth Dragon and Grand Rock. "I'll leave him to you. That's not a problem, right?" "Of course." Both of them nodded and charged at Qiongqi. As for Xiaotian, he gazed at Yang Yi. "Actually, my true mission is to kill you." Yang Yi asked, "Who gave the order?" Xiaotian smiled. "What? You can't figure it out?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Aren't those from the Buddhist path supposed to be benevolent?" Xiaotian shook his head. They say you've killed too many, and you've committed too much sin. Killing you will bring blessings to the world. Yang Yi shook his head. Even I can only admit my inferiority before such thick skin. Xiao Tian grinned. Come, we'll send you off. Xiao Tian was about to attack once he finished speaking, and Yang Yi was about to counterattack as well. Suddenly, a figure descended before Yang Yi, and that person placed his palm on Yang Yi's shoulder and said, "Are you surprised?" Yang Yi gazed at the person with astonishment. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.